Hi, everybody, and welcome to Oceanside Ice Arena for Game 2 of today's ACHA Western Regional Finals featuring the Boise State Broncos and the Utah State Aggies. It is win or go home for both of these teams. If you win, you move on to Salt Lake City and play in the Nationals. If you lose, you have to head back and wait another season. Earlier today, we saw NAU advance to the Nationals to join ASU and Utah for the two Western competitors. We will see who joins them here as the fourth team. I'm Cole Feinblum. Alongside me is Megan Plain doing color commentary. Megan, give me a prediction for this game. Who do you see as the team that's going to come out on top?
I see Boise. Boise State's going to walk away with this victory today. I think they're just the better team going into this, and I see no reason why Utah would walk away with a win.
We'll see how it all works out as we're underway here, and the puck is in the Boise State zone, controlled behind the net. Play it along over to Josh Kincaid. Kincaid will bring it up to the blue line and clear it out to center ice where Utah State takes over. Ian Beckstrom. Beckstrom gets poked off his stick on a strong back check, and Boise State will advance the puck up. Gliding into the zone. Taylor Crawford. Crawford with the puck behind the net now. He's shielding it in the corner, waiting for some pressure to advance, and then here comes Utah State, and the Aggies take over and move the puck up to the neutral zone where it's controlled by the Broncos, who fire it right back in. In net for Utah State, Josh Willenborg. In net for Boise State, Josh Benton. Excuse me, that's Austin Willenborg and Josh Benton. Puck pinned along the far side boards. Boise State fighting to gain control. Instead, the Aggies are able to flip it out into the zone. Back to grab it, Rusty Costello for Boise State. And they'll advance the puck up some more. Jared Hergesheimer. Okay, puck gets poked out to center ice once more, and Boise State has to touch up. Utah State's going to dump the puck into the zone, played by Benton. He's going to shuffle it away behind the net. Out to center ice where the Aggies will grab it, reset their play once more. Michael Bruner with the puck in his own zone, waiting for the play to develop. Bruner has it poked away and it's held in by the Broncos. Tipped ahead, Broncos still fighting to hold the puck in his own, but it just trickles outside the blue line, and Utah State will take over. Moved ahead by Gary Higgs for Utah State across the blue line. Higgs backhand flips it down in the zone, just looking for a change, and it goes and it's retrieved by Sam Goings. His pass intercepted by Boise State, and chipping it ahead is Austin Miller deep into the zone, giving chase, Drew Punnett. Tipped on towards net, controlled by the Aggies, and shuffled around to the near side corner. Bruner receives a big check. Utah State still controls the puck behind their own net, trying to advance it past the forecheck of Boise State. Now puck loose in the slot. Backhand effort, no good. Utah State takes over. Up the ice is Morgan McJimsey, but it gets poked away, and Boise State's going to throw it right back into the zone. Down into the near side corner, the puck goes. Utah State's clearing attempt is held in at the blue line. Slapped down low. Rusty Costello will throw it behind the net. Giving it off for Justin Vidine. Back up into the high slot. Slap shot. Blocked down from Luke Schoensee. Now Bruner will bring it across center line. Try and dump it into the zone. Blocked down in front. Boise State brings it up ice. Good deke there by Vidine. Vidine gets on the right side and throws a shot off the side of the net, and behind it goes. Now a great pass into the high slot. And a glove save by Willenborg. Beautiful effort there on his backside. Nabbed that one out of midair.
We've definitely seen the puck down in Utah's zone a lot more so far this game, but both of these teams, I expected them to come out here with a little bit more intensity. I don't think we're seeing that yet. They're a little bit sloppy, so I think both of them kind of need to pick it up here in the next few minutes.
We're just about 4 minutes into this final game. 16-16 left to go in the first period. Scoreless on the scoreboard. Boise State playing Utah State for a shot at the national tournament in Salt Lake City. Face-off won by Boise State, back to Josh Kincaid. Kincaid fires it down low, looking for a deflection, and it goes out behind the net. Now there's gloves flying all over the ice, sticks all over the ice, wreckage everywhere, and Utah State's able to chip it back into the Boise zone. Played off the benches, back to Boise State's control. Kincaid will bring it up ice. Kincaid turns it over at center ice, but there to pick it up is Greg Chapman. Chapman weaving in and out of defenders, fires a backhand down the net, sticked aside by Willenborg into the corner. Now a shot, and it's blocked aside once more by Willenborg. Battle for the puck in the far side corner, squirts loose to the Aggies, and they'll carry it up ice outside of the blue line up to the neutral zone. Back behind the net, Beckstrom. Beckstrom drops the puck down after taking a big hit from Chapman. Now puck loose. Broncos will move it along. Cook takes over for Utah State, and he's going to throw it right back into the Broncos zone. Dumping attempt off the head of Beckstrom. Lucky he's got that cage on. That one's going to roll down into the corner for Boise State to pick up. Along the boards and played up ahead. Controlled by Millard, but his pass is intercepted by the Aggies, and once again they'll play it on. No clear possession in this game. It's been pretty fast-paced back and forth, but no team is really settling down this far, Megan. And that puck is deflected high into the ceiling here at Oceanside. Those low ceilings, as we've talked about earlier today in other broadcasts, always in play here at Oceanside Ice Arena.
You know, Utah, they get it past the neutral zone. They bring it down into where the Broncos zone is, but they just can't seem to get anything going. You know, the Broncos defensively aren't letting anything happen in their zone.
Aggies take over on that faceoff. Controlled by Bruner back in his own zone, looking to advance that puck up to center ice. Tipped ahead by Morgan McJimsey into the Boise State zone. Now Riley Orr with the puck. Orr pinned up along the near side boards. Has it taken away by Rusty Costello, and it goes up to the blue line, but held in the zone. This time Boise State's going to take it out. Taylor Crawford. Crawford along the far side wing. Hesitation move. Drops it off, looking for Matt Sanford, but Sanford can't get a shot off. Now this time he whirls around looking for a deflection, and it goes right at the post. Crawford behind the net looking for Sanford on a centering pass. Sanford can't convert. Rebound opportunity trickles to the corner, and we're going to get a stoppage of play as the net's knocked off its pegs. .38 left to go in this first period. Boise State taking on Utah State. Yesterday we saw Boise State take home a game against Weber State. And we saw Utah State defeat the ASU Pac-8 team in the night session of last night's games, regional matchups. Face off in the Utah State zone, controlled by Boise State, and they'll try and fling it in down low, but it's intercepted by the Aggies and cleared into the netting above the boards. Faceoff stays in the Aggie zone. In for the draw for Boise State, Matt Sanford trying to win it, and he'll go forward with it quickly, trying to get a centering pass for Crawford, but he can't get a shot off, and it's taken away by Utah State, and they're going to clear it all the way down the ice. Icing is the call here. So we're going to get another faceoff back in front of Willenborg in the Utah State zone. That puck swung all the way down right on target, so no icing on the play. Back to retrieve it is Josh Kincaid for the Broncos, and he'll flip it up quickly up ice, looking for a deflection ahead. Brandon Cathan tips it ahead, but Utah State takes over, and they're going to get it up to center ice. And a hand pass is the call. Gary Higgs gets knocked out of the face-off circle. In return, Boise State takes that one. Kincaid with the puck, flips it along, and then far side boards trying to clear it, but held in along the blue line. Second effort clearing attempt just gets outside the zone, and Boise State's able to bring it up, but not for long. But Josh Kirkley gets thrown down at center ice. Big hit from Greg Chapman, and the bench gets excited after that one. Out to play the puck there is Josh Benton for Boise State. Thrown along for J.T. Smith, who's able to advance the puck past the red line, but not much further, as Utah State's going to skate it ahead and slap it right back in. Just about 12 and a half left to go in this opening period. Cole Feinblum alongside Megan Plain for Cronkite Sports Live, broadcasting the last and final game of this regionals. Before we head to Salt Lake City, you won't be hearing us. You'll be hearing the Utah broadcast there.
You know, this game didn't start off very physical, but both teams are definitely stepping up as far as that goes.
Brought ahead by Drew Punnett, and he's going to dump that one in the zone, giving chase to his own pass, and a centering pass goes off the side of the net. Still behind the net it goes. Aggies take over, and they clear the zone. Looking to advance the puck. Drew Decker. Decker has it taken away, and now Boise State's going to move it along. Drew Punnett. Punnett across the blue line. Takes a wrist shot, blocked down before it even reached Willenborg. We're getting another whistle as the hand passes the call once more. Second in just about a minute. And we'll get a face-off outside of the Boise State zone. Excuse me, it's going to go inside the Boise State zone. Face-off controlled by the Broncos down into the corner, still battling for it, both teams. And it's cleared out to center ice by Boise State. He back to retrieve is Ian Beckstrom, who throws it right back in. Slung around the near side boards by Benton, trying to avoid the forechecking pressure from Utah State. Now the Broncos will advance. Up ahead, Matt Sanford. Sanford on the near side wing. And it's sent behind the net. Now a centering pass! Good back check there by Utah State, and they're able to get it out of danger, but not yet. It's a turnover. Now a centering pass outstretch of all the white jerseys. And out to center ice, Josh Kincaid goes to touch up. Loose puck in the neutral zone, finally controlled by Utah State as they're just going to send it ahead and get a change. Puck thrown into the corner of the Utah State zone. Matt Sanford there for Boise State tries throwing it behind, but it's taken away by the Aggies and sent up to the blue line, but held in by Kincaid as he flips it back down low. Taken away by Utah State. And this time they're able to get out of the zone. Sam Goings, a strong play there to push past the blue line. Finally, that puck gets loose as Justin Vini takes over and gives it off to Chapman. Chapman fires a shot, but that's deflected off a Utah State stick into the netting above the boards.
The Broncos have definitely been given more opportunities to try and put on some pressure down in that crease, whereas when Utah gets down there, they're definitely kept at a distance from the goaltender.
Yeah, Boise State does have the majority of the chances here halfway through this first period, still scoreless. As the faceoff's won by the Broncos, and a slap shot off the faceoff, deflected just wide. Luke Skoense had a great chance there, a deflection off his stick, almost went in. Now another shot from the left side point, grabbed out of midair by Willenborg, and another stoppage of play. Another faceoff controlled by Boise State as Rusty Costello throws one in on net. Identical to same last play. Willenborg moves out of his crease to grab that puck, and another stoppage of play will get a faceoff from the same circle.
One of the things that has stood out to me is the faceoff. I mean, the Broncos, they are controlling the faceoffs in most of the situations we've seen so far.
This time a battle for the puck in the Utah State zone, and it trickles out right in front of Willenborg, where the Aggies are going to play that one out to center ice. Now Utah State, Sam Goings will cross the blue line, but he can't get it deep enough as Boise State blocks his entrance. Now a huge open ice hit there, making his presence known as Morgan McJimsey. Send it to the blue line. And carried ahead by Brandon Catherine. He receives a big check from Goings there. Puck still loose on the far side boards just outside of the Utah State zone. And now it escapes into the Aggie zone, and a shot is deflected down into the corner. Taken away by the Aggies and moved up along the ice. Chipped up ahead, controlled by Utah State. Gary Higgs. Higgs fires a wrist shot, blocked aside by Benton. Puck chipped up and knocked back down by Cook on a jump attempt, but it escapes out to center ice once more. Boise State can't get past the forechecking pressure of Utah State, and it's held in at the point. Now the Broncos will look to get out to center ice once more, but again, the Aggies knock it back down behind the net. 8:30 left to go in this first period. 0-0 is the score. Aggies take it up to Josh Kirkliet, who's at center ice, and he's just going to tip it down into the zone. Giving chase is Gary Higgs, and Higgs takes it away. Higgs with the centering pass. Looking for Brandon Blauer, but Blauer can't connect. Still controlling are the Aggies. Once again, the ref knocks that one down as it was played with the hands. Hands have been pretty active in this game. 8 minutes left to go. Faceoff's going to come outside the Boise State zone. Now Boise State skates into the Utah State zone, and they'll flip it behind the net. It goes up to the left side point for Rusty Costello. Costello plays it along for a shot deflected down into the corner. Justin Vadine there for Boise State, and he'll send it behind the net. Taylor Crawford loses his balance, gets right back up, and is fighting for that puck. Everyone tied up. Puck still loose behind Willenborg, and finally Utah State gets controlled, and they're going to look to clear, and they do, right up to the neutral zone where Rusty Costello is there for Boise State. Now Matt Sanford. Sanford with some speed has it poked away, and it goes over to Utah State, and they're going to send it all the way down the ice, where we're going to get a whistle as icing is not negated. Utah State unhappy with that. They thought Morgan McJimsey won that race. Nonetheless, icing is to call. 7:14 left in the first period. 0-0. Utah State, Boise State. Now Chris Videtto knocked out of the face-off circle. Or Joseph Chase, excuse me. That shot's deflected down into the corner. Blocked aside. Aggies try and clear it along the near side boards. They can't do it quite yet, and then it's chipped ahead, knocked down at the blue line by Kincaid, but taken away. Ian Beckstrom. Beckstrom with some room, fires a wrist shot into the body, rebound loose in the crease. No one can get a handle on it. Sprawling out to poke that one away is Benton, and it goes out of the zone. That one is sent in all the way down the ice right in front of Willenborg, and he's forced to cover up the puck. We're getting a stoppage play here after finally some excitement in front of Josh Benton.
We saw a little celebration dance from Broncos goaltender down there when that rebound wasn't obtained by anyone.
I think the celebration was that he actually got some action back there.
Yeah, it's definitely not something that's come his way very often so far this game.
Boise State really has controlled the tempo for the majority of this first period. 6 minutes and 20 seconds left to play. Utah State's pass intercepted by Austin Millard, and he's going to take that one across the red line, but has it poked away before he can enter Utah State's zone. Sent across and right back. Gets it is Josh Goensey, and they're going to move it up ice. Now breakout opportunity, Lucas Nuka-Hedi. He looks to drop it off, puck loose in the slot, rebound opportunity, and it goes over to the corner. Drew Punnick couldn't put that one away. Puck is still loose as there's a battle behind the net. Austin Millard is involved. Now the puck sent up to the blue line, and it just escapes the reach.
You know, the Broncos have had a lot more opportunity, but you got to give a lot of credit to this Utah State goaltender. I mean, he's doing a great job in the net to keep them from scoring.
Boise State brings it up once more. They drop it off at the blue line and send it right back down. Matt Sanford. Sanford trying to get a centering pass out there. He doesn't see any white jerseys in the way, so he's going to take this one all the way to the far corner where he's pinned up along the boards by Gary Higgs. Taken away by the Aggies, and they'll push this one ahead. Julian Herrera is going to dump it in the zone and chase his own pass. Herrera gets that one first, but dumps it behind, intercepted by Boise State, and they're going to push it ahead, try and get numbers here. 3-on-2 opportunity developing. Taylor Crawford with a slap shot, rebound loose, and it just trickles behind the net. Save made by Willenborg on the Crawford slap shot. And the whistle is blown once more because the net was knocked off its moorings, as we will see happen quite a bit in this game.
You know, another thing we've seen throughout this first period a couple times from Utah is the icing calls. I mean, they're already having trouble getting into Boise State's zone, so the icing is just really not helping them out at all.
We've seen a clean period this far with 4:44 left to go. No penalties on the ice. We've been at 5-on-5 skating for the whole part of this period, and this faceoff is taken away by Utah State, and they'll push it ahead across the red line and down deep into the Boise State zone, where we're going to get another icing call on the play.
There we go.
Justin Vidine battling for that faceoff against Gary Higgs, and it squirts out to Josh Kincaid, who just tips it ahead. Now Crawford fires a backhand stick aside easily by Willenborg out to the far side corner. Back to grab it is Matt Sanford for Boise State. Sanford trying to shield off Higgs, as Higgs has been pretty active here on the defensive end for Utah State, and they'll take it away and get it out to center ice. Get a stoppage play here as Josh Benton covers up the puck. We're going to get a face-off in the Boise State zone. 4:13 left to go in the first period. Brandon Blauer trying to win this face-off. Down in the corner it goes. Now Utah State controls. Blauer trying to get a shot off, can't do it, and it goes over to Bruner at the far side point. Now wrist shot from bad angle, just goes wide, and all the way over to grab it is Joseph Chase. Sent into the Boise State zone and chipped ahead into the ceiling, and it gets stuck there. Not the first time we've seen that happen in this tinfoil-esque ceiling here at Oceanside Ice Arena.
We've definitely seen a lot of pucks get lost in that ceiling throughout this season. What did they say, though?
Ian Beckstrom at the puck for Utah State, trying to clear the zone. They can't quite get it as the puck trickles out to the center, but only one there is the Aggies. Brought ahead by Utah State, and the shot in on net, deflected aside by Benton. Up to the point for Cook. Slap shot from the far side point, sticked aside once again behind the net. Utah State finally getting some sustained pressure here in this game as the Broncos take it up, but it's intercepted by Chris Vedetto and chipped right back into the Broncos zone. Just under 3 minutes left to play in this first period, still scoreless. Now weird bounce off the boards, almost capitalizing on it as Brandon Catherine, but he can't get a stick on it, taken away by the Aggies, and they'll set up their play. Almost turned over, but the Broncos get it right back, and this is going to be sent down into the Broncos zone. Have to play his Benton out of his crease and sent around the boards looking for Greg Chapman. Chapman pinned up against 2 Utah State defenders. He's able to get rid of it, and the Broncos are going to control it once more. Intercepted by Sam going to the blue line. He winds up and takes a slap shot.
Great save.
And doing the splits, grabbing that shot, was Josh Benton making the save. 2:19 left to go in the first period.
Yeah, Benton is definitely seeing a lot more action down in his side of the ice at the end of this first period.
Faceoff goes behind the Boise State net, battling for that puck. Josh Kirkliet. Now Higgs and Kirkliet involved for Utah State. Now we're going to get a delayed penalty on the play. It's going to be Josh Kincaid heading to the box. Now, a shot from the left side point. It's nabbed. And Utah State's going to go on the power play with 1:55 left to go. Heading to the box, Josh Kincaid as he brought down Gary Higgs down in that corner for the scrum for that puck. First power play opportunity that we've seen all game. Five-on-4 opportunity for the Aggies. See if they can get a lead here late in this first period as the face-off is won by the Broncos, and they're going to send it all the way down the ice. Only one there is Taylor Crawford, and out to play it aggressively, and Crawford collides with Willenborg. Willenborg not happy as he basically throws a WWE elbow chop on Crawford, and Crawford
Willenborg went right after him.
He's able to get back up. We got a whistle on the play. Not sure if there's going to be any penalties. And it looks like the Utah State penalty box is open. And heading to the box is Gary Higgs for Utah State. So 4-on-4 skating after that somewhat unusual sequence of events as Austin Willenborg came out of his crease into the far corner to make the play. Crawford collided with him. I'm not sure if it was intentional. It was a pretty fast-paced play. Willenborg went out to make that play. Nonetheless, he dropped an elbow on him. Things got weird. Whistle was blown. 4-on-4 skating. Taylor Crawford, the instigator in that play, has the puck now on the near side boards. Crawford with a centering pass. Looking for Justin Vidin, and it goes unscathed all the way to the corner, taken away by Chris Vedetto. Sent up by Vedetto at the blue line. Gives it ahead to Riley Orr, and Orr tips it ahead to the Broncos zone, but not deep enough to get any sort of action. But this time it goes all the way back where Benton's out to play it. We've got a minute left in the period. Both teams have a man in the box. 1:09 left on the penalty serving Boise State, and 1:17 left for Utah State. Taken away by Chris Vedetto, one-on-one opportunity. Vedetto in on Rusty Costello, and Costello pokes it away at the last second, and it trickles behind the net. Out to the blue line, but held in at the point, and the shot deflected, blocked down in front before it reaches Benton. 40 seconds left in this period. Rusty Costello with the puck for the Broncos, looking to stage another attack here. Gives it off for Crawford, and he gives it right back. Costello just gliding across the blue line. In on the far side corner, stops on a dime, looking for some help, and they'll just drop it behind the net. Utah State's going to take over, and they've got some time to stage one more attack with 15 seconds left in this period, and they advance it up to center ice. Morgan McJimsey across the red line. He chips it down into the Boise State zone. 10 seconds left to go. Taken away by Julian Herrera. Herrera still battling for that puck with 3 seconds left, and Boise State's going to swing it around the boards. And time expires with one last shot attempt. And they're not going to get that to go. So somewhat uneventful action here in this first period. The score is 0-0. We didn't see any penalties. It was relatively clean up until that last, at 1:55, we took a penalty, and then there was another penalty called on Gary Higgs of Utah State. So each team has one penalty. What impressed you most from both teams today?
Well, I like how Utah State stepped up in the end. You know, out there they didn't come out too strong. Boise, they had a lot more control throughout a lot of that first period, but I love how much Utah State stepped it up. They've gotten more physical. The icing, they need to, slow down those icing calls because it's really hurting them in the long run here.
Well, we'll see how it plays out. We'll see what both teams come out with in the second period of play, but for now, stay with us. We'll have intermission coming up, and after the break, second period of action. Cronkite Sports, stay here.
Welcome into our first intermission. I'm Megan Plain alongside Joe Constantine. Now, the camera, Joe. I mean, I know you hit your head before that period started, but what was with the camera work?
Well, Megan, here at Oceanside Arena, we have a beautiful setup up in the broadcast booth, and I gashed my head open, blacked out a little bit, and then I was forced to do camera duty. I feel a lot better now. I promise it's about to get a lot better. I know some people are angry with me. I'm angry with myself. I understand your frustration, but I'm feeling better. I took some Tylenol. I'm feeling my fingers a little bit. I'm doing better.
Good. We look forward to that. Now, first period, we walked away. No one scored. It's a tie game. Both of these teams are coming out strong. Now, Utah, they were a little bit slow, but towards the end, they got more shots on goal. Boise, they did a great job controlling the puck throughout most of that period. So, Joe, what do you think that both of these teams need to do maybe in the second period to put a few goals on the board?
Well, I think Boise State's going to move the puck around a lot better. They had a lot of shots on goal against this Utah State team, which is a very talented team as well. I like Boise just because the physical aspect. I think they're bringing a little more than Utah is this game, but Utah is a fantastic hockey team. They played fantastic hockey last night. So it can go either way right now. We know Utah State beat the Arizona State Pac-8 team last night. It was close in the beginning, but Utah State pulled away. I think whatever team scores first is going to get the momentum in this game. I have no clear favorite, but I can promise the fans they're going to see a lot more hockey in the second period because I'm going to do better camera work.
Perfect. All right. Now, I really liked the goaltending from both of these guys out there. I think they're doing a great job in front of the net. You know, when those rebound shots are available, they don't let those in. You know, they're doing a great job. And I think that's something we have to look at the rest of these periods as well. I mean, if they can keep doing their job in front of the net, it's going to be really hard for both of these teams to come away with some more goals. Now, any predictions? You just think whoever scores first is going to be the one to go ahead?
To win, no. I think the one who scores first is going to get a lot of momentum going into the later part of this game. But if I had to take a prediction, I'm going to go Boise State 3-1.
3-1. All right, there we go. Now stay tuned as the second period is about to start, and we'll have that call for you in a few minutes.
Welcome back to Oceanside Ice Arena. Second period action here. Utah State, Boise State all knotted up at 0. We've got a couple men in the box. 4-on-4 action for the next 5 seconds. But it won't be a long power play as it's only a 16-second penalty on the other end. So we got 4-on-4 skating for just a short time, and we are underway here at Oceanside Ice Arena. Boise State man in the box is out, and now Boise State has a short 10-minute power play. Puck's taken behind the Boise State's net by Matt Sanford, and he's going to look to move it along up ice. Now Utah State man out of the box, and we're back at 5-on-5 skating. Taylor Crawford evades a big hit at the blue line. He gets it out to center ice where he pokes it ahead. Josh Kincaid passes the red line and throws it all the way down, looking for Matt Sanford. Sanford pinned along the boards, stops on a dime. He finds some room in front of him. He gets a return pass, and Sanford gets his shot blocked by the stick of a Utah State player, and it trickles out across the blue line. Now the Aggies take over, trying to clear it, but a good back check there. Justin Vadine takes back over for Boise State. Vadine back behind the Utah State net. Now a high shot into the chest from Rusty Costello, and it goes down all the way down the ice. And icing is the call. 18:48 left in the second period. Face-off down in front of Austin Willenborg in the Utah State zone.
All right, time for some shout-outs. We got to give a shout-out to Ryan, Jenny, and Rachel. And then thanks, everyone, for your feedback. We love it when you guys talk with us, so just keep on giving us whatever you have to say about the game.
Face-off in the Utah State zone, taken by the Aggies behind the net, but intercepted by Boise State, and a wraparound attempt. No good from J.T. Smith, and it's still held in the zone, though. Now, second chance opportunity. Beckstrom's able to clear it out past the red line to center ice, where Rusty Costello's there to grab it for Boise State. Slapped around the boards from Michael Trimboli, all the way out to the end of Boise State's zone. Giving chase is Jared Hergesheimer. Costello, he'll send it up to J.T. Smith, who will move it along up ice. Taken away by the Aggies right at the blue line, and now Morgan McJimsey will take it down the near side boards. McJimsey shielding the puck the whole way, but he takes a big hit from Costello. It still holds on to the puck. McJimsey drops it down low. By Riley Orr. Now a centering pass looking for McJimsey, but he can't get a stick on it. And it goes up to the blue line, held in by the Aggies. Sam Goings and Morgan McJimsey down there for Utah State. Goings comes out with it. He fakes the pass up to Bruner and holds on and gives it right back down low. Rusty Costello trying to clear the zone. It goes all the way up to blue line, tipped ahead, but not out yet. Great hold there at the point. Now a pass looking for Sam Goings, but it's tipped out. And finally, Boise State, after a long shift, is able to get off the ice. Stretch pass intended for Gary Higgs goes untouched, and icing will be called once more. Face-off in front of Austin Willenborg.
Utah State has definitely come out a lot stronger than they did in that first period.
Face-off down in the Utah State zone, won by Boise State over to the far side boards, but taken away by the Aggies. Now the puck squirts loose to Morgan McJimsey, but he can't clear the zone yet. Held up along blue line, and a Kincaid shot from the far side point, easily gloved down by Willenborg. Once again, another face-off won by Boise State, and Kincaid will take a shot. That one's deflected to the near side corner. Didn't reach the net. Pass attempt intercepted by the Aggies, and it goes out to the blue line. Josh Kirkfliet with some speed along the near side boards. Kirkfliet takes a wrist shot, and it goes over the crossbar. Still battling down there is Kirkfliet, pinned up along the boards. Has some help from Julian Herrera. Instead, the puck squirts loose to Greg Chapman for Boise State, and he's going to carry it across the blue line out to the neutral zone. Chapman takes it across the far wing. Still holding onto the puck, receives a hit, shielding it on the far side boards. Now Chapman will try a wraparound effort, denied. Puck still loose, and a shot in on net, blocked aside by Willenborg. Kirkville decides against taking it on the tack, so instead he drops back into his own zone. Utah State's able to clear it up to center ice, bouncing puck controlled by Rusty Costello, and he's going to drop it right back into the Aggie zone. Now strong forechecking pressure from Boise State. Aggies unable to clear on their first effort. Another stretch for Utah State goes untouched. They're taking some risk here, but it's not paying off. There's another icing called here on the Aggies.
Yeah, the icing, it just keeps on coming. They just don't want to change that.
Another faceoff won by the Broncos. They've dominated in that area, and a shot from a good angle there. Goes untouched, and the puck's loose in the crease. Still loose. Finally, Utah State's able to come out with it, and they're going to cross the blue line 3-on-2. Brendan Blauer. Blauer loses the handle on the puck and takes a hit down behind the net. Boise State takes over once more. Utah State flips it back into the Boise State zone. Back to retrieve is Luke Skoensee, and he'll flip it out just outside the blue line. 5 minutes gone in the second period. We still have no score in this game. Winner moves on to Salt Lake City to play in the Nationals. Knocked down by Nathan Cook in his own zone. Confidently gliding across, sends it across the other way to his partner and line mate. And then Utah State's able to tip it ahead and get a line change on the play. Now a dangerous tip ahead there. But nothing coming of it. Ben was ready and he cut off all the angles. Rusty Costello across the center line. He'll chip it ahead. Giving chase is Taylor Crawford. Crawford fighting but has it poked away. Utah State trying to clear. They can't do so. It's held in along the near side boards. Chris Vedetto comes out with it for Utah State, and he's going to flip it along to the opposite side. Ian Beckstrom. Beckstrom tries to split the defense. Puck escapes his reach just too far. Covered up by Josh Benton.
You know, the defense from both of these teams has been outstanding so far this game. They kept it scoreless, and I think that's definitely not something we're going to see be let up by either side.
Once more, as we've seen throughout, face-off controlled by Boise State. And it just escapes the wrath of Michael Bruner, and it goes out of the zone. Utah State dumps it right back in. Taking a by pitch here at Herbensheimer, but he can't get a shot off, and the puck's loose in the high slot. Waved down as the puck wasn't played with a high stick. They take over once more. Hergensheimer leaves it off in a centering pass. Sticked aside by Willenborg once more. Loose puck in the neutral zone. Controlling it are the Broncos. Over to Josh Kincaid, but his pass is almost intercepted by Goings. Instead, the Broncos decide to dump it down. Brandon Catherine gets knocked down behind the net, but it's taking over is Lucas Nuka-Hedy. McJimsey clearing attempt unsuccessful as it's held in along the point for Boise State. Behind the net now for the Broncos. Finds a streaking Broncos player, but instead taken away by Utah State and up by Scary Higgs. Broncos are able to get it up to center ice. Drew Punnett. Punnett's pass almost intercepted, but now taking it ahead is Nuka-Hedy. He has it poked away from behind, and Gary Higgs takes over for the Aggies, and he'll clear it up to the neutral zone. Very back and forth game thus far. Say possession time is about 50-50 as offsides is the call here.
Yeah, neither of these teams are able to get anything going on offense. And I do agree with what Joe had said during intermission. I mean, the first one to score a goal is probably going to be the one to get that momentum and maybe put a few more up there if the opportunity arises.
8 minutes gone in this second period as Boise State takes that face-off going forward. Matt Sanford. Sanford whirls and stops on the dime, looking for some help. Rusty Costello's there, but he sides against that and throws it down to Taylor Crawford. Crawford throws it down low for Justin Vadine. Vadine cross-ice pass over to Luke Skoensee, and he gives it off to Costello, who tips it ahead, blocked down in front, as Brandon Blauer is going to carry it out of the zone for Utah State. Blauer gets chipped up on the plane. Boise State's going to get a penalty as delayed and hand is up. Broncos touch up. Tripping is the call. Utah State's going on the power play. Heading to the box is Luke Skoensee. He tripped up. He tripped the Utah State player. .11:44 left to go in the second period. Utah State trying to get the edge in this game. as we are still scoreless. Cole Feinblum alongside Megan playing for Cronkite Sports. Thank you for tuning into all of this stuff, all of our games that we've broadcasted. It's our second game today, 4 yesterday. And after this, Salt Lake City for the Nationals. Blocked down at the blue line by Trimboli. He'll give it off to Joseph Chase. Joseph Chase has it at the point, and he sends it back down low. Ian Beckstrom gets big check from behind, and it goes over to Josh Kincaid for Boise State. And Kincaid's going to hold on to it as long as possible and send it all the way down the ice. Back to play at Willenborg. Minute 25 left to go on the power play. Utah State on the attack. Coming up with some speed is Beckstrom. Beckstrom along the near side boards, drops it off, looking for some help. He throws it behind the net. Only Kincaid is there for Boise State, but he whiffs on the clearing attempt. Goes over to Julian Herrera. Herrera trying to get across ice, has to chase, intercepted, and Boise State's going to bring it up. Now Vadine. Vadine one-on-one, tries to deke between the legs. Almost gets there, but he still holds on to the puck into the corner. Josh Kincaid's going to take it and throw it right back down deep, killing off more time. Under a minute to go on the power play. 10:38 left to go in the second period. Michael Trimboli is going to throw it into the zone. Julian Herrera giving chase as long as he's with Herrera. Or Trimboli, excuse me. Now Trimboli, a centering pass! Trying to find a Utah State player. Instead, it found the stick of Boise State, and Gary Higgs has to take it all the way back to reset. 30 seconds left to go on the power play. Now that puck collides, sticks collide, puck's chipped up into the netting on the far side boards. Look at a face-off outside of the Boise State zone with 28 seconds left to go on the power play. 10 minutes, 11 seconds left in this second period.
Boise State doing a great job so far trying to kill this power play opportunity for Utah.
Utah State still with some time on this power play, 20 seconds to be exact as they chip it down low. Morgan McJimsey giving chase. Matt Sanford throws a check, but McJimsey's able to get rid of it, and they'll give it up to the point for Riley Orr. Orr throws a slap shot with some traffic in front, puck loose in the crease. And instead it goes behind the net. Now a rebound opportunity, squirts out to Riley Orr once more, and he'll throw a wrist shot through traffic, deflected just wide of the left post. Full strength on the ice, 5-on-5 skating. As Boise State can't clear the puck yet, now they do on the second chance opportunity. Taken up ice, but intercepted by Utah State, and they'll look to settle it down with 9.5 left to go in the second period. Up to Matt Sanford across the red line, and Sanford will skate around a few defenders and give it off. Drew punted with the puck, and offsides is the call. Boise State bench unhappy with that. Nonetheless, the whistle's blown. 9:21 left to go in the second period, still scoreless. Boise State, as I said, dominant in the draw. Another one there, but they send it down deep where Utah State controls it in their own zone, trying to get rid of this Boise State forecheck. Chipped out to center ice, intercepted by Boise State, and they'll just flip it back in, giving chase JT Smith. Now Josh Kirkliet has it poked away, but he's still there to retrieve it behind his own net. And he's going to slap it around the boards, but a weird bounce off one of the stanchions in the glass, and the puck gets loose. Taken away by Utah State, and Gary Higgs will bring it out to center ice and dump it down into the Boise State zone. Now Kirkliet will reel around and fire a shot right of the wide of the right post, taken away by Gary Higgs, and he'll send it back down deep. Brandon Blauer sends it up to the point where Joseph Chase rings it right back down, looking for Kirkliet in the corner, but instead they just back off. And Boise State is going to take it back out to center ice, tip it ahead, intercepted by Joseph Chase. Well, he'll flip it back out to center ice. Up to Brandon Blauer at the red line. Blauer has it poked away, and it's taken away by the Broncos. Drew punted across the blue line on the far side. Skates in, looking for a pass in the slot, but instead it just trickles right to Austin Willenborg, and he'll cover up the puck. Just under 8 minutes left to play in the second period. 0-0 is the score.
Great job by Utah State keeping those guys out of the crease.
It appears as if Boise State's going to be heading, they're going to be giving coincidental minors. Gary Higgs heading to the box for Utah State. Austin Millard in for Boise State. They're going to give coincidental minors for that little extracurricular pushing and shoving down after that whistle's blown near Willenborg. So we're going to have 4-on-4 skating on the ice for the next 2 minutes. More open ice to play with for both teams. 7:58 left to go. Second period action here. Utah State, Boise State 0-0 is the score. Cole Feinblum alongside Megan Plain for Cronkite Sports. Face-off won by Boise State, and the shot from the point deflected wide. Still controlling is Boise State. Vadine behind the net has poked away up to the point where Rusty Costello is there to hold it in the zone. But Costello loses handle of the puck as it goes under his stick. Utah State's able to clear it, where Costello's going to flip it ahead. Intercepted by Morgan McJimsey and chipped into the Boise State zone. Ian Beckstrom now for the Aggies. Beckstrom gives it off to Michael Bruner at the point, but his pass is intercepted. Held in, though. Still with it is Beckstrom. Beckstrom fires a shot! Skating towards the right circle, and it goes wide once more, up to Bruner at the point. Cross ice over for Utah State, still controlling. Goes over to the corner. Chris Vedetto for Utah State. Vedetto behind the net for Beckstrom. Now involved is Michael Trimboli, who chips it along for Beckstrom. Out to the near side boards. Chipped ahead and out of the zone. Now Boise State looks to carry. Now Vadine for Boise State on the far side circle. Stops on the dime and his little hesitation move behind the net. On his backhand, tries to whirl around. Bench wants a hooking call. They won't get one, and instead it goes to the corner for Michael Bruner, who's going to chip it off the boards and into the netting for a stoppage of play. 51 seconds left to go on the coincidental minors.
You know, I've noticed we've seen a lot of teams play over the weekend. Both of these benches don't seem to be as loud or, as hyped up about this game as a lot of the other teams have throughout the other games.
It's not a lot of chirping. I mean, last game we heard NAU going at it with Denver. This game's been a little more subdued, but I'm sure the emotions are still running high as it is a win-or-go-home game. As Boise State takes a shot and it's blocked down in front, and Utah State's going to carry it out of the zone. Nathan Cook will dump it deep where Josh Benton's out of his crease to come play it for Kincaid, where Kincaid's going to ring it around the boards, try and clear the zone at the blue line, and it just trickles out. Pass intercepted, turnover to Boise State. And the Broncos will fire a shot off the chest of Willenborg and down into the corner once more. Sam Goings giving chase for the Aggies. Can't clear yet. Intercepted by Nukia Hetty, and the shot goes left of the post. Just wide once more. 6 seconds left in the power plays. We're about to be 5-on-5 skating. Both men out of the box, 5-on-5 skating. Puck behind the Utah State net, giving chase to Matt Sanford. Sanford just one for Kincaid, streaking down the slot, but he can't get a handle of it, and Utah State's able to clear it all the way down the ice. Icing waved off on the play. Rusty Costello back for the Broncos. Sanford with the puck will play it behind the net for Costello, who has a lot of time to make something happen. Costello's pass deflects off his own player right in their own zone into the ceiling at Oceanside, and the faceoff's going to come back into the Boise State zone. Another face-off right here in front of Josh Benton. We've seen Boise State control the circle thus far. And this time, no clear winner, but it goes up to the corner where Blauer, who just took the face-off for Utah State, is going to take it and give it back up to the point, where it's just about held in. And second chance opportunity, Boise State can't clear yet. Taken away by Blauer. Blauer trying to get a shot off, but can't find his handle, and it's taken away by the Broncos. Up to center ice for JT Smith, where Smith is going to backhand it deep into the Utah State zone. Now a scrum in the corner, and the puck squirts loose behind the net once more. Taken by Trimboli, who's going to wing it around the boards for Drew Decker. And Decker's going to slap that one all the way out of the zone, down the ice for another icing on Utah State. With 4:46 left to go in the second period, we are still scoreless, 0-0.
Boise, they continue to win in most of these face-off situations, but nothing ever works out for them on offense, So I think if Utah State can maybe take over as far as that goes, that could give them a little more momentum, and maybe they could pull away with a goal or two.
Drew Decker's going to take that puck and carry it out of the zone for Utah State, and he gets knocked down from behind. No penalty on the play. Boise State continues. Josh Kincaid can't find his handle, so the momentum is killed, and they're just going to dump it in the zone for Greg Chapman is there. Chapman leaves it off for Crawford, and Crawford tries to evade two defenders. He's pinned up along the boards, taken by Gary Higgs for the Aggies, and Blauer's going to get out the zone for Trimboli out to the red line. Once again, the puck's punched up to the red line. Boise State there, Kincaid, but Kincaid takes a check from Michael Trimboli, and Boise State takes over. Justin Vidin. Vidin tries to move around the defender, and he heads it out to center ice. But the right leg of Ralston Willenborg is able to knock that puck out to the corner. Flipped ahead into the Bronco zone. Back to retrieve is Greg Chapman. Chapman is being hounded there from Josh Kirkley, but he's able to get it out up to Vidin, who sends it down into the Utah State zone. Icing was the call as that pass was made behind the red line. So with 3:38 left, we're going to face off down in the Boise State zone in front of Josh Benton. Faceoff goes over to Josh Kincaid on the near side boards, and he's going to flip it along over to his line mate, who's going to advance the puck up to Matt Sanford, and Sanford's going to get it into the zone. Sanford throws it behind the net, looking to grab his own pass, and he centers it, but it just goes over one of the Boise State stick. In up ice, Utah comes. Latham across the blue line. Still with the puck, Aggies trying to centering pass to find Vedetto, but it's taken away by Vidin, and up to the blue line, but not cleared yet, held in by Joseph Chase. Now Boise State's going to take over Justin Vidin up to the center ice, giving it off to Matt Sanford, and Sanford's just going to chip it into the zone, get a line change for the Broncos. Some good stick work here. Joseph Chase is going to go in coast to coast, and he's firing a wrist shot, which just goes wide of the right post over to Riley Orr. Orr fakes that one-time shot, gets checked up along the boards, loses the handle of the puck. Rusty Cassell rings it around the boards, all the way over to J.T. Smith, who's going to carry it across the red line and throw it down into the Boise State zone. Excuse me, the Utah State zone. Taken up by Beckstrom. Ian Beckstrom carries it across the blue line, but offsides is the call. Stops the play with 2 minutes and 17 seconds left to go in the second period. Another draw run by the Broncos, and it goes over to Josh Kincaid. Kincaid flips it along for Greg Chapman, and Chapman has it poked back, but Kincaid's right there to help him, and they'll advance the puck up to center ice, right back into the Aggie zone. Poked away, and a centering pass right there is Drew Punnett, but he can't convert as it goes right of the net. Now Punnett once more, wants redemption, and he'll fire a wrist shot into the body, rebound loose, taken by Utah State behind their own net. Sent back into the Aggie zone. Some time to control, and they'll send it up to Morgan McJimsey at the red line, who's going to usher it along. McJimsey back to Chase Kincaid, and Kincaid's going to leave it off behind the net. Utah State trying to get some forechecking pressure on as Greg Chapman whirls around and fires it up ice across the blue line. Matt Sanford. Sanford on his backhand, chips one in on net, easily shuffled aside by Willenborg. Sanford's going to drop it back down low for Crawford. Crawford centering pass to Vidin. Vidin looking right to go back to Sanford, but it's just out of reach into the corner. Sanford still controlling. Crawford on the far side boards. finds Vadine. Vadine has no help in the middle, so he's going to try and chip it along over, looking for Scoinsea, but instead, Utah State's able to clear the zone. Now 2-on-1 developing. Gary Higgs. Yes, Sam Goings on his left, but Higgs shot goes over touches the crossbar. No bar down. That went bar up into the netting above the board. Stopped to play. Just under a minute left to play. 42 seconds in the second period. 0-0 it remains. Utah State wins this draw and it goes up to the blue line, but Boise State takes over. They can't clear the zone yet. Taken over by Chris Benetto with a good shot, but it just goes right over the goal. Rebound loose to the blue line, held in once more by the Aggies and taken over by the Broncos. And finally they're able to clear the zone. Taken up by Matt Sanford. Sanford across the blue line. He leaves it off for Crawford, who throws one looking for a deflection, but that's blocked down in front and cleared out to the red line. Down to 13 seconds left to go in the period. 0-0 still the score. Utah State looks like they just might eat the puck. And with 5 seconds left, that's exactly what they're doing. They're just going to fire it up to Sunrise one more time. Rusty Cassell will just throw one in on net, easily shuffled aside by Austin Willenborg. And with that, we have reached the end of the second period. First period, we didn't see any goals. Second period didn't change. 0-0, the score remains. Megan, what do these teams need to do to get some goals on the board here?
I just think maybe offensively they need to be able to get more shots on goal or something, because both teams on defense are doing a great job of keeping them out of the crease, trying to keep them out of their zone. But, they need to try to be more aggressive or something and get more shots on goal so that someone can get a point or two up on the board.
So with that, we reach the end of the second period. We thank you for tuning in. We got third period action coming up on the ice. Stay tuned for the intermission report. And after that, an exciting finish to our last regional game. Winner moves on to the Nationals. Stay here on Cronkite Sports.
All right, here we are at the second intermission. I'm Megan Plain, and alongside me is Joe Constantine and Cole Feinblum. We are still scoreless here. Now, what do you think were some key things in that second period, guys?
I just want to start saying possession time is huge here, and no one can really establish it. It's been pretty inconsistent thus far. I mean, gone both ways. Both teams have great chances, great opportunities. Both netminders are playing exceptionally well. Willenborg and Benton are playing fantastic, but I think puck possession is going to play a huge part. If they can get a cycle going in one of the offensive zones, either team, I think that's going to play a big part in this game.
Well, I think that, as he said, puck possession is huge, but I also think defensively, whatever team can come out in the third period and play the best defensive game is going to win. Both offenses have been showing a struggle, but eventually one team is going to get that puck that trickles into the net. That's probably how it's going to happen in this game, guys, because this is a 0-0 game. One's probably going to get deflected, go in. You have to play a high, keen defensive game, getting in front of pucks, diving bodies. Goalies can't allow rebounds. That's the team that's going to come away with this win and be able to go to Salt Lake City.
I agree with you. I think the defense in this game particularly is going to play a huge role. I mean, whoever can do better there, I think they're the ones that are going to walk away with this win. Now, going into the third, what do you expect to see in this period?
I expect to see the intensity just ramped up 110% here. Both these teams are aware of the circumstances. You win and you move on to Nationals. You lose and you go home. So the intensity is going to be ramped up. I'm sure it's going to be really physical. I'm excited to see how it all plays out. I don't think this is going to end scoreless in regulation, at least. I think there's going to be a goal put in. It might be one, it might be two, I don't know. But I'm just expecting a lot more intensity than we've seen thus far.
Yeah, I have to agree with Cole. A lot of intensity in this third period. There's already been a lot of intensity in this game so far. I think it's going to get more intense. But again, teams have to stay cool, even-headed. If you start getting penalties, that could get your team down. You don't want to be a down guy, especially going in a 0-0 third period. So if a team, if Utah State, Boise State, we don't know which one it's going to be, but if one of them gets into the penalty box too much, that could end their season.
All right, now, yeah, we remain scoreless here, and if you stay tuned, the third period is going to come up in a few minutes.
Welcome back to Oceanside Ice Arena. Third period action underway. 20 minutes left to go in this game. The score is 0-0. Boise State, Utah State. Winner moves on to Salt Lake City. We've got excitement brewing. One goal can do it. Who knows? I'm Cole Feinblum. Alongside me, we switch places. America's favorite cameraman, Joe Constantine, now in the booth doing some color. Joe, welcome up here, bud.
Well, Cole, I was officially fired from the cameraman job. I don't know why, though. Apparently I got too much ceiling. In my defense, the ceiling is very low here. Very low. But I'm doing color, so
You're in your natural habitat.
hopefully I don't mess this up either, because I don't want people getting mad at me for that anymore.
We got 20 minutes of play. We got 5-on-5 action on the ice currently. And to take the draw is Chris Vedetto for Utah State and Justin Vadine for Boise State. Vedetto wins that one, and we're underway here in the final period of play in the Game 2 of the Regionals, West Regionals for the ACHA. Quickly, Boise State throws one in on net, covered up by Willenborg for a stop to play just 12 seconds into the period.
Cole, Boise State coming out strong. And to open up this third period, try and put one in the net. Both teams desperate for a goal here. And a goose egg hunt.
Ian Beckstrom takes the puck for Utah State up to center ice, and he's going to throw that one down into the Boise State zone. And icing is the call. Utah State had a pretty large amount of icings thus far.
Well, Cole, they could have made about 300 birthday cakes with all the icing going on here tonight. Back and forth, back and forth.
Well, one goal could be the icing on the cake for either of these teams. We'll see how it plays out as Boise State has a face-off in the offensive zone, but they get it taken away by the Aggies, held in at the point from Kincaid. And Kincaid's shot's deflected off a stick of Utah State player, and the rebound is put home. And just like that, Boise State's on the board.
Cole, that was like buttercream icing on top of Boise State's cake right now. That's a goal.
Justin Vadine got the rebound off a deflection from a Utah State stick, slotted that one home without a doubt. And just under a minute into this period, Boise State's finally got the first goal in the game, 1-0 Broncos.
Well, Cole, we just talked about it. How would one of these teams scores? Deflection going off one of Utah State's sticks. It's a 1-0 game.
So the shutout over for Willenborg, still intact for Josh Benton, but there's still 19 minutes left to play in this game. Plenty of time. Anything could happen. Josh Kincaid with the puck for Boise State. He's going to chip that one out to the blue line. Looking for Matt Sanford, but it goes untouched all the way down the ice for another icing call on Boise State. Face-off coming back down in front of Josh Benton.
Cole, Utah State getting the face-off in the Boise State zone. Big opportunity for Utah State to convert here.
Face-off won by Utah State. Morgan McJimsey's shot is blocked down in front by Utah State, and they're going to carry it up ice off the boards, looking for Vadine. Vadine already got that first goal, trying to go for number 2, and a centering pass. Almost put home by Crawford, but it's deflected into the netting. Beautiful chance there, almost got 2.
You gotta love what Boise State has done in this first minute and 10 seconds. Cole, they're moving the puck well. Their offensive flow is something that we have not seen really at all in the first 2 periods, as either team has not maintained a lot of possession.
Aggies take that face-off, have it on the near side boards, and get it out to the blue line, but not cleared yet. Just about held in. Over to Brandon Captain, and a shot from the far side. Gets deflected out to the corner. Boise State still with the puck. Captain tries the centering pass, blocked down by the Aggies in front. And a clearing attempt goes out to center ice, and Gary Higgs will take it across the red line. Julian Herrera giving chase, bumps off Rusty Costello, but Costello takes over, gets it out to the middle of the zone, and carried across, intercepted by Herrera, and Kirkliet will take over for the Aggies. Behind the Utah State net, Aggies trailing by 1 here in this game to Boise State. Over on the far side boards is the speed. Nuke Hedy, and Hedy fires a shot off the stick of Willenborg over to the near side. Greg Chapman now across the blue line. Chapson will try a shot. That one's blocked down by Brandon Blauer before it even reaches Willenborg and sent out of the zone. And we'll get a stop to play here as the puck goes out of play into the Boise State bench.
This third period so far been all Boise State. Utah State needs to get something going here as they're down 1-0 early in this third period. What a great weekend of hockey we've had, Cole.
We've had an exciting weekend. We had 4 games yesterday, our second game of 2 today. We saw earlier today NAU win a thriller of a game. It was 7-4. They took on 7-5. They took that one home as we got a chance in on net. Austin Miller was streaking down the slot, but his shot was deflected wide. NAU advanced to the Nationals. We saw at ASU and Utah already got their automatic bids. This game determines who gets in, and Miller with another chance, and Willenborg denies it. .17:02 left to go in this final period of play. Boise State, with that early third period goal, took the lead, and they still hold on to that 1-0. Sanford wins the faceoff, and it goes to Vadine, and the save is made high into the chin protector of Willenborg, and we'll get another faceoff in the Utah State zone.
Boise State firing on all cylinders, and I'm glad the fans at home can see this going down because I am not running the camera anymore, Cole.
Taylor Crawford with the puck for Boise State on the near side boards. He'll skate in and fires a wrist shot! And it just goes wide. And now Crawford with another rebound opportunity. That one's blocked down in front, taken away by Utah State, and they're able to clear the zone. Held in at the blue line by Ian Beckstrom, and it's still in the Boise State zone. Beckstrom just hounding Taylor Crawford, and he gets possession of that puck. Now Latham involved with Beckstrom. Crawford just laying down on top of that puck, and finally the whistle is blown. We'll get a stop-to-play face-off. We'll hold up in the Boise State zone.
Cole, the ref was forced to blow the whistle. That puck hadn't moved in about 5 seconds.
We're going to get a delay of game penalty here. Taylor Crawford's heading to the box. Delay of game. Refs deemed that he purposely covered up that puck, trying to delay game. He'll be in the box for 2 minutes. Power play for Utah State. Chance to tie this one up.
Cole, I don't think he can argue that call at all. He clearly covered the puck up. He was on top of it for a good 5 seconds. Good call by the ref. Boise State got to kill the penalty now.
Well, the faceoff goes up to the point for Utah State, and they're going to send it back down low. Back up to the far side and over to Gary Higgs with a shot, looking for a deflection. Just goes wide of the net. Rebound goes over to the Aggies still. Now Riley Orr. Orr fakes the wrist shot, then fires another one just right of the white post. Over to Gary Higgs. Higgs loses the handle of the puck, and Utah State is forced to touch up. Now Boise State controlling on the penalty kill. They send it up ice, just trying to kill some more time with 1:26 left to go on the power play for the Aggies. Now a stretch pass up to Chris Vedetto, just tiptoes the blue line. Gary barely gets onside, but a strong back check there by the Broncos. Knock the puck down, get it out of the zone to center ice once more.
Utah State got 1:10 left, Cole, and they have to do something here on this power play. Even if they don't score, they got to get shots in on net.
Utah State dumps that one deep into the Boise State zone. And again, the Broncos are able to clear the zone once more with 50 seconds left to go on the Aggie power play. Cross ice over to Ian Beckstrom. Beckstrom leaves it off for Joseph Chase, who fires a wrist shot once again wide of the net. Around the boards over to Sam Goings at the far side, at the near side point. Taken away by Boise State, held in by Goings. Julian Herrera knocks it down. Herrera finds Chase, and the high slot. Chase shot off the arm of Benton over the net. Julian Herrera sends one up to Chase on the far side point. Tiptoeing the blue line, he'll give it right back to Herrera. Herrera throws in, gives it off to Backstrom. Backstrom looking for Herrera on the return pass. Taken away by Boise State. 8 seconds left on the power play. And they're going to send it all the way down the ice. Boise State's going to go unscathed here on the 5-on-4. We're going to be back at full strength.
That's a big penalty kill for Boise State, maintaining their 1-0 lead. And only 14 minutes left to go to determine who goes to Salt Lake City.
Sam Goings for Utah State gives it off to Nathan Cook at center ice, and he's going to dump it in the zone, giving chases Drew Decker. Benton trapped behind his nets, plays it alongside, and gives it off for Matt Sanford. Sanford takes it across the blue line, and the puck is chipped into his own team's bench. We're going to get a face-off, and it's going to go back in the Boise State zone.
Well, Cole, the last game, the 10-15 one this morning, probably one of the most exciting third periods we've seen all weekend. And this one's starting to look a lot like it. Not in terms of amount of goals gone in, but intensity and stuff like that, Cole. It's going to be a good last 13:53.
There's no doubt about that. We can tell that the intensity is already going up as Utah State won that faceoff, and they give it out to Michael Bruner, who rings it around the boards. Puck squirts loose out to the center of the zone, taken away by the Broncos, and up ice they come. Matt Sanford with the puck. Sanford will just dump it into the zone. Joseph Chase is there for Utah State, and he'll take it behind his own cage. Brandon Blower just gets absolutely shoved down there from JT Smith. He took 2 open ice hits there right in front of the linesman. Now Brandon Cathan with the puck, trying to get something happening. JT Smith getting involved down there as well. Chris Vedetto for Utah State will flip it along for Joseph Chase, and Chase is going to chip it off the boards out of the zone up to center ice.
Cole, it's like open season out there right now. Each team is just headhunting for each other.
They're finishing their checks as Joseph Chase takes over for the Aggies, and now they're going to push it up ice. Chipped into the zone, giving chase to Chris Vedetto. But it's going to be slapped all the way around to the opposite side and out of the zone by Luke Scoensey. Knocked down at the neutral zone, taken away and brought up ice by Loudon, but that puck's tipped up and goes to Morgan McJimsey, who's going to carry it across the blue line. McJimsey just chips one out on net, easily blocked aside by Benton. Up to the point for Nathan Cook, right back to McJimsey, but McJimsey whiffs on the shot attempt. Held in by Cook. McJimsey battling down low, and it goes over to the near side corner. Now Michael Trimbola getting involved, trying to hold that puck in. Squirts loose to Boise State. And the Broncos will be able to clear it out to center ice, where it goes right to Nathan Cook, and Utah State's right back on the attack. Riley Orr, who's going to chip it in on target, where Josh Benton is going to catch it right in the basket. 11:48 left to go in the third period. 1-0 Boise State leads.
Well, Cole, it looked like Josh Benton was waving his glove there. Fair catch! Caught it right in the breadbasket. Face off in Boise State zone.
Face-off goes to Sam Goings, but he loses the handle, and now bringing it up ice, Matt Sanford. Sanford finds Crawford. Taylor Crawford gives it off to Sanford, but Sanford can't get a handle on it. It squirts over to Riley Orr for Utah State, but taken right back by the Broncos. Justin Vidine finds Sanford once again, and a great save by Willenborg off the left shoulder out of the crease. And that puck finally just trickles out of the zone. 2 huge chances for Sanford. Vidine once more. Finds Greg Chapman with the slap shot through traffic, blocked down in front and out of the zone over Chapman's stick. Gary Higgs now. Higgs on the attack. He'll take a wrist shot, which just goes over the net once more. 11 minutes left to go in this third period. Utah State needs a goal here to tie it up. Turned over to Vidine in the Utah State zone. Vidine with the puck on his stick. And doing the splits is Willenborg to keep that puck out from going across the goal line. And Utah State's going to send it down the ice. Icing waved off, taken over by Rusty Casello. Brought up by Hergesheimer. Hergesheimer will take a shot off the blocker of Willenborg into the corner. Now it goes over Hergesheimer again off the side of the net. Rebound behind the net it goes. Up to the point, held in by Costello. Back down low to Cathan. Boise State still threatening in the Utah State zone. Hergesheimer with the puck. He'll send it around the boards. Utah State has some tired bodies on the ice. A sustained pressure from Boise State here. Still battling in the near side corner down low. Finally, the puck squirts loose to the Aggies, and Gary Higgs can't clear the puck yet. And second chance opportunity, he's going to carry it out across the red line. I'm sure just going to dump it in. That's what he's going to do. And Utah State needs a change.
Utah State's trying to get something going, but Boise State's being persistent in the pursuit to not let him do anything whatsoever in this third period.
Rusty Costello with the puck for Boise State. He leaves it off for Punnett. Drew Punnett loses the handle of the puck, but it goes right back. And he'll get it down low. It's 2 fantastic shifts in a row for the Broncos, both getting some sustained pressure in the Utah State zone. Punnett sends it up to the point for Chapman with the wrist shot through traffic, and it gets blocked over to the near far side corner. Back up to the point. Chapman can't get a handle on that pass, and it goes out of the zone. He's going to bring it back. Boise State needs to touch up. Again, offsides call on the play. 8:51 left to go in this third period. 1-0. Boise State still hanging on to that one-goal lead.
And Cole, you mentioned Boise State's lines doing the same amount of pressure, and that's why hockey is a unique sport. Your star players are only going to play a third of the time.
Chipped up to the blue line. Chris Vedetto trying to get a handle on it. Now Utah State's going to bring it up ice. Latham across the blue line. Gives it off for Vedetto for a wrist shot high off the body of Benton and out to the corner. Taken by Utah State, and they'll retreat back. Boise State controlling behind their own net. Up to the blue line, but held in by Utah State. Shots blocked down and carried out to center ice. Puck loose in the neutral zone, taken over by Chris Vedetto. Vedetto's going to take it across the blue line. Vedetto has it poked away by Costello, and Boise State's back on the attack. Flipped up ahead for Austin Miller. Miller tries to get a shot off, but instead it's taken away by the Aggies, and they're going to chip it off the boards across the blue line and out of the zone.
Utah State had a few chances to put some good shots in on net on Benton, but just failed to put anything decent towards him to have a chance of putting one in the back of the net.
Morgan McJimsey chips one in on head, and a dangerous bouncer. Benton forced to cover up that puck, and we'll get another stoppage play with 7:27 left to go in the third period.
Call Utah State, big face-off opportunity inside Boise State zone. Something they have trouble winning so far this game. This is huge for them to get a shot on goal with a lot of traffic.
Boise State takes over in their own zone, bringing it up ice. Carried across the line from Matt Sanford, and Sanford will try a shot from a rough angle. Covered by Willenborg, and Sanford went hard sliding into the boards, and he's down on the ice in pain.
And Cole, he got slammed hard onto the boards, what looks to be his shoulder area, upper body. And he is slow to get up. They're calling the trainer out onto the ice, as this does not look to be good.
Sanford struggling to get back to his feet here as the trainer's out to assist him. Now he's back up. Trainer giving the thumbs up.
And Cole, that's a good sign. He's getting up on his own. Telling the trainer he can do it on his own power. That's always a good sign.
He's trying not to put much weight on that right skate. He'll head to the back and be evaluated quickly. We've got 7:13 left to go in this game. Boise State leading 1-0. Cole Feinbaum alongside Joe Constantine for Cronkite Sports.
$7:13 left to go in this third period, Cole. It's about to get a whole lot more exciting.
Face-off won by Boise State, and they're going to throw one in behind the net. Michael Trimboli there for Utah State, and he's going to throw it around, looking for another Aggie, and they're going to take it up. Not out of the zone yet. And it goes up to Gary Higgs at the red line. Now Nathan Cook with the puck in the Boise State zone. Cook whirls around and throws one in deep. And it goes over to Josh Kirkliet. Kirkliet tries a centering pass, but it's deflected high out to the far side corner. Held in, and now a deflection! And a brilliant save from Josh Benton, making the adjustment somehow just in time to get that glove up and knock it down. Now Gary Higgs with a chance to cross the crease wide of the net. And finally we'll get a stoppage play as the puck slapped into the ceiling here at Oceanside. What a save from Benton.
Tricky save. Wow! Josh Benton. What an athlete.
6.5 left to go in this game. Boise State leading Utah State 1-0. Face-off won by the Aggies up to the left side point for Trimboli to fire a shot. That one's deflected down. Rebound loose for Beckstrom. He whiffs on that effort. Now Vedetto with a chance. Puck loose in the slot. Slapped aside to the far side boards. Utah State threatening here. Now Latham battling off a few Boise State players, and now it goes over to Beckstrom. Beckstrom trying to get a pass off. He can't do it, and Boise State's finally able to clear the zone. Taken away, but right back. Nathan Cook takes it for the Aggies. Cross-ice has blocked down in front. Boise State takes over, and they're going to send it into the Utah State zone. Joseph Chase will take over for the Aggies. And now a long stretch pass for Latham. He's in on net, and the wrist shot finds his home! We've got a tie game. He picked a corner and made Benton look like a foreigner. 1-1, Utah State, Boise State.
Well, Cole, it was just a simple flick of the wrist. And just like Spider-Man, the puck comes out like a web into the bottom corner. That's a goal. What a shot.
With 5:38 left to go in this game, Utah State just tied it up. 1-1 is the score.
Wow.
We've got a game on our hands.
Wow. Playoff hockey, Cole.
Boise State now looking to try and answer of some sort. The puck goes up to Morgan McJimsey for Utah State, and he's going to flip it down to Josh Kincaid of Boise State, and he's going to get it right back up to center ice. Crossed over to Greg Chapman, and Chapman's going to bank it off the boards out to the red line, taken right back from Joseph Chase, and Chase will give it off to Morgan McJimsey. McJimsey in the Boise State zone. Centering pass. No one there to help him, just white jerseys, and Boise State's going to get it right back out to the neutral zone. Brought up ahead by Austin Millard. Millard decides against the centering pass and gets shoved up into the boards by Goings and brought down to the ice. Now a lot of pushing and shoving in that corner. No one knows where the puck is. Finally it squirts loose and goes over to Michael Trimboli for the Aggies. Brought up along for Julian Herrera. Herrera in on a one-on-one with Rusty Costello. Herrera trying to get a shot off, but too many sticks there for Boise State. Now a rebound opportunity for Blower, and it goes behind the net. Benton's out of the net. Buddy's flying everywhere, but they can't get it back brought around, and it's still hanging out behind the net. Benton's able to recover. Now Herrera's shot from the left side point just goes wide of the net, taken over by the Broncos. Brought up by Justin Vadine. Vadine across the blue line. Takes a wrist shot right into the stomach of Austin Willeborg, and the save is made with a stoppage of play. We're just under 4 minutes left to go in this game. 1-1 is the score.
Cole, we got 3 minutes and 55 seconds left. And I can bet every dollar I have in my pocket right now. It's going to be a great 3 minutes and 55 seconds.
No doubt about it. It's a shot for the points blocked down in front. Rebound goes out to the corner, but not cleared yet. Held in by Rusty Costello, and Costello's shot's blocked down by the Boise State player. Confusion as to where the puck was, and it's taken out by Latham, the goal scorer for Utah State here. He'll chip it ahead, looking for Ian Beckstrom down low, but Rusty Costello's first there, and he's going to slap it all the way around. Matt Sanford holding onto the puck. He'll cross it over and get it out to center ice once more. Michael Bruner across the blue line. Takes it on the near side boards and looks for a centering pass. Taken away by Vadine and goes behind the own net. Over to Matt Sanford. Sanford can't clear, and he turns it over. Chris Vedetto. Vedetto can't get a shot off. Held in by Bruner at the blue line. Just barely tiptoed that line. Now Bruner with a clear chance at a wrist shot. Just goes wide left. Rebound loose to Vedetto. Vedetto behind that. Centering pass. And it goes over to Goings, but his shot's blocked down by the stick of a few Boise State players, and it trickles over to the far side corner. 2:43 left to go in this game. 1-0, or excuse me, 1-1. It was previously 1-0 until that Utah State's goal. We have a tie game on our hands. Winner goes on to the national tournament in Salt Lake City. Riley Orr giving Josh Kincaid a chase, but he's able to get rid of it and give it off to Greg Chapman, who's going to flip it up ice. Drew punt it across the blue line. Takes it into the corner, backhand flips it towards the net, taken away by Trimboli, and Trimboli's going to send it right back around the boards. It's going to be held in by Chapman. Chapman throws one in on that block down, back to the corner it goes. And we're going to get a penalty here on this play. With exactly 2 minutes left in the game, this could be interesting. Boise State will be on the man advantage here as Morgan McJimsey is heading to the box. 2 minutes exactly. So for the rest of this game, barring a goal from Boise State, Utah State's going to be shorthanded.
Well, Cole, it's a bold strategy for Utah State to send a man to the box.
We'll see how it works out for them.
Unless they like playing a man down, I'm going to give the advantage to Boise State here.
We did see a shorthanded goal earlier today from Denver over NAU. Anything is possible. We'll see what happens here. Tie game 1-1 with 2 minutes left to go. Boise State on the man advantage. Sent down low to Rusty Costello. Costello and Vadine. Costello loses his balance, but Vadine's right there to help him out. Up to the point for Chapman. Chapman decides against a shot and gives it off to Crawford, who gives it right back. Chapman fakes a slap shot. Goes over to Punnett. Punnett gives it right back to Chapman. Down low to Crawford for a one-time shot. Gloved down by Willenborg.
Willenborg has had a busy glove tonight, Cole. He's like a third baseman right now in the hot corner. Just getting line drives fired at him from every direction. Credit the guy's glove skills. Soft hands, soft hands.
Face-off still hanging out in that Utah State zone with 1:37 left to go in the game. Same exact time on that penalty board. Face-off goes to Utah State. We'll see if they can clear it as it goes around the boards and slapped all the way down the ice into the Boise State zone. About to play it is Josh Benton, killing off 10 seconds of that power play. With some speed, Drew punted up the ice on the near side wing. Punnett tries a centering pass looking for Crawford, but Crawford can't get a shot up, but he still controls that puck. Crawford's got Chapman up top. Chapman fakes a slap shot and gives it over. Now Drew Punnett winds up and takes a shot, blocked down by Nathan Cook. Cook injured from that block, but he's still pushing forward, and he's going to steer it all the way down the ice. What an effort there by Nathan Cook.
1 minute call!
Is left for them to sideboards. You can give it off up top to Punnett. Right back to Crawford it goes. He'll trickle in and go down low. Now a centering pass looking for Rusty Costello. Goes untouched all the way to the far side corner. Still held in. And now Utah State's able to clear it with 23 seconds left to go in this game. Still on the 5-on-4 advantage. 20 seconds left to go. Up ice they come. Once more, Boise State denied entrance to the zone. Now a battle for the puck taken by Riley Orr, and Orr's going to flip it all the way down the ice again with 10 seconds left to go in the game. We'll see if Boise State decides to push it forward or just eat the clock. 4 seconds left, a long stretch pass up to Justin Vadine. Vadine makes deke and gets into the zone, but it's taken away by Utah State. And time expires, and we're going to be heading to overtime, Joe. 1-1 is the score. Utah State, beautiful penalty killing on that play. Boise State couldn't convert. And just like that, we have our first overtime matchup of all the regionals, and it could be the most important matchup we've seen.
Well, Cole, it's the last game of the tournament. I don't see how it could not go to overtime. It's the most exciting thing in all of sports. Playoff overtime hockey. Do or die, no shootouts. We're playing hockey.
Well, we've got some more time left up on that clock, so we will see how it all works out. We'll see who can get that goal, who moves on to the National in Salt Lake City. Boise State, Utah State, stay here, see how it all works out. Here we are back at Oceanside Ice Arena. Score is 1-1. We've got 5 minutes of play up on the board. Overtime hockey. Golden goal rules. First one to score takes the cake. First one to score moves on to the Nationals. Joe, give me a prediction. 5 minutes left. Who do you got?
I'm going to go ahead and take the team that puts the puck in the net, Cole.
Thank you. I appreciate that prediction.
I think that's the team that's going to win. But no, you know what?
I mean, it's been competitive all the way through, so I mean, it's hard to tell.
I changed my prediction, Cole. I'm going Utah State, just because the national championship is in their home state of Utah.
Be a cool story having Utah and Utah State down there. Weber State was eliminated from the regionals earlier yesterday. They were defeated by Boise State, who's threatening right now. Boise State, Utah State, overtime hockey. 1-1 is the score. 5 minutes left to go. Destiny time for these two teams. Back at center ice, ready for the faceoff. Justin Vadine in there for Boise State. He's going to take this one, and the Broncos control the opening faceoff of overtime. Taken over by Sam Goings, and his pass is knocked down in front. Boise State takes over, but the Goings is able to dump it deep into the Bronco zone. Sun up ice to Drew Punnett, but his Punnett's pass is tipped up into the Utah State bench, and we'll get a stoppage of play.
Cole, here we are, 23 seconds into this fantastic overtime period. Both teams playing exceptionally well this game, but you gotta love what each team is doing.
Well, Justin Vadine will throw this one deep into the zone, but Utah State takes over, and they're going to chip it up to the blue line, but held in there. Greg Chapman throws one in on net, blocked to this corner wide, and sent in behind the net. Taking over, Taylor Crawford for Boise State. Crawford skates in and fires a shot just wide of the net, all the way around the boards and held in by Kincaid once more. Down low to Vadine, and that puck just trickles towards the net, sticked aside by Willenborg, taken over by the Aggies, but turned over to Vadine, and a shot in on net. Ref blows the whistle, and a beautiful save by Willenborg to keep this game in overtime.
Call some confusion near the net about what's going on. But credit Utah State for not letting that puck slip in. Willenborg finding it, or else that would have been over.
Puck sent out to center ice. Boise State chips it out. Sent back into the Utah State zone. Behind the net it goes. And right back out across the blue line. Boise State controlling the majority of the first 2 minutes of this overtime period. Still 3:25 left to go. Score is 1-1. Here, winner goes on to the national tournament in Salt Lake City. Puck chipped into the Utah State zone. Taken over by the Aggies and brought up across the blue line. Sent in for Josh Kirkley at Kirkley. That's going to chip it ahead, looking for Julian Herrera, who's going to flip it back down deep. Taken up by the Broncos now. Taylor Crawford. Crawford fires a wrist shot, and we're going to get a delayed penalty here. Interference is going to be the call. Utah State touches up, and the Broncos are going to be on the power play. 2:52 left in this game. We're going to be 5-on-4 skating.
Boise State will have the man advantage, Cole. Again, bold strategy for Utah State. They killed it off at the end of the third period. But if Boise State puts it in the back of the net, that's game over. Salt Lake City bound they will be.
Crawford takes this opening faceoff. 5-on-4 skating. Pass deflected by Trimboli. Trimboli pinned up along the boards, and Crawford gets that puck right back. He's got Greg Chapman at the point. Said he goes down low and he gets the post right back. Return pass, rebound loose, covered up by Willenborg.
Willenborg being the goalkeeper Utah State needs, especially on this penalty kill. If they want to get to Salt Lake City, he has to play exceptional these next minute and 45 seconds.
Crawford once again sneaking in and fires a shot which is blocked down in front. Utah State's going to throw it all the way down the ice for a clear attempt with a minute and a half left to go on this power play. 2:22 left in this overtime period. Boise State advances the puck once more, but then again, Utah State's able to clear it all the way down the ice. Now Ian Beckstrom giving chase for Utah State. Benton forced to come out of his crease and make the play, and he's going to chip it ahead to Greg Chapman. 2 minutes to go in this overtime period. A minute left. 1-1 is the score on the power play. 1-1 on the 1 minute left on the power play. Excuse me. Greg Chapman. Chapman fakes a shot. Comes in on net, and his wrist shot just goes over the net. Great opportunity there. Goes unanswered for Boise State. And Gary Higgs is going to take the puck and throw it off the boards out of play. And the faceoff's going to stay in the Utah State end with a minute 43 in overtime. 51 seconds left on that power play in this first overtime period.
And Cole, Utah State doing a fantastic job of clearing the puck out of their zone on this penalty kill, as they will have, again, 51 more seconds left to go in this 1-1 overtime game with a minute 40 left.
Utah State flips that one all the way down deep into the zone for Boise State to come back and retrieve. 43 seconds left to go on the power play. Brandon Blauer takes that puck for Utah State back into the corner. He flips it around, controlled by Boise State still on this power play. 5-on-4 skating in this overtime period, up to the point for Josh Kincaid. Kincaid's pass is deflected. Utah State's able to get it out of zone once more. Fantastic penalty killing by the Aggies. 15 seconds left to do it. Drew Punnett with the puck. Punnett has it poked away. Utah State with another chance to clear, and it's going to be sent off the boards all the way out to the red line again. And with that, we're going to be at 5-on-5 skating here. Full strength, both teams. Chris Videtto takes over for the Aggies, carrying some momentum after that penalty kill with 46 seconds left to play. Josh Benton's forced to cover up the puck.
Huge penalty kill for Utah State. Cole, as they're now back to 5-on-5, which they haven't seen a lot of in the past few minutes of hockey play, going all the way back to the end of the third period.
Rusty Cassell is going to take it up ice and give it off to Taylor Crawford across the red line. Crawford's pass was deflected off the ref, which denied his opportunity to enter, and offsides was to call a faceoff outside of the Utah State zone. 34 seconds left to go in overtime one. Taylor Crawford shuffles it along over. Greg Chapman carries it across the blue line, fakes a shot, and second chance opportunity stick aside to the corner from Willenborg. Rebound goes over to Matt Sanford. Sanford swings it along over, but it's taken away by Ian Beckstrom, and Beckstrom plays it up to center ice, taken away by Rusty Costello along the far side across the blue line. Costello switches to his forehand, does a little deke behind the net, but has it poked away by Joseph Chase and sent up ice to Latham. The Aggies get the puck up to center ice, looking for Gary Higgs off the boards. Higgs in a race with the puck, can't tip it ahead, and that's the end of this first overtime period. 1-1 is the score. So much excitement here, thrilling action, and now I believe, per ACHA playoff rules, that we will get another overtime period. I believe it's golden goal, no shootout in the playoffs. I'm not 100% sure on that, as we have yet to have an ACHA playoff overtime.
Cole.
But I believe we're switching sides and having overtime period number 2, same as playoff hockey.
Cole, it's exciting.
It is, really is.
The viewers at home, I know you're excited. We're excited. We're going more overtime hockey. It's beautiful. It's a beautiful sport.
There's no greater tradition. So just in a few moments after this brief little break, players are going to be back on the ice, and we'll have some more hockey coming at you. Back on the ice for the second overtime period. 1-1 is the score. We get in overtime. Number 2, Boise State. Utah State battling for a chance to be in the national championship. Cole Feynman alongside Joe Constantine as Boise State has a shot deflected into the netting above the Cole. It's been an exciting game thus far. Couldn't ask for better hockey. Elimination game. The tensions are running high. Emotions up there. It's great hockey overall. Up at the blue line. Greg Chapman sends it down low, taken away by the Aggies. Utah State spent the majority of the last overtime period on the penalty kill. We'll see if they can stay out of the box this time. Up to Gary Higgs. Higgs tries to enter the Boise State zone, denied acceptance. Instead, it's poked away back up to center ice where Gary Higgs is just going to throw it deep, and Utah State's going to get a change. Up the ice, JT Smith. Smith fires a shot just wide in the net of the left post all the way around the boards, held in by Justin Vadine. Taken away by the Aggies, and they're going to bring it up across the blue line. Sam Goings is going to fire it up to Josh Kirkliet, and Kirkliet's going to chip it ahead. Pinned down in the Utah State zone. Sam Goings is going to get there and flip it all the way around the boards, and Boise State's going to get back control with 3:45 left to go in this second overtime. Up ahead to Vadine. Vadine's got Crawford on his left. They don't have numbers, and he's just going to drop it off for Crawford. Poked away, and the Aggies are going to get control back. Aggies take over behind Austin Willenborg. Willenborg and Benton both have played phenomenally well this game, holding each of their respective teams only one goal in the net. Boise State takes over. Vadine across the blue line. Nifty stick work to evade a couple hits. Throws it towards the center, but it's deflected away, and Chris Vedetto is going to take it up for Utah State, somehow held in the zone. Vadine winds up taking a slap shot just right at the post all the way around the boards. Now Utah State with some numbers. 2-on-1 developing. Latham gives off for Morgan McJimsey, but a diving effort denies that opportunity. Great defensive work. Now up to Taylor Crawford. Crawford across the blue line, sends one deep into the zone. Looking for a return pass. It's intercepted and taken up by Michael Trimboli across the blue line. Chipped ahead. Gary Higgs streaking across the slot. He spots Higgs, but it's just too far out of reach, and it goes over to the near side corner. 2.5 left to go in the second overtime period. Up to Nathan Cook. Cook fires a wrist shot, but it's sticked aside once more by Benton. Back and forth we go. Now the other side taken away, and Trimpoli's going to settle it down for Utah State, and he gives it off to Nathan Cook, and Cook fires it along up the ice. Julian Herrera now. Herrera across the blue line on the near side, going around the net, looking for a centering pass blocked down. Gary Higgs there for Utah State to grab it. Higgs leaves it for Nathan Cook in the corner. Cook gets bumped off the puck, and Josh Kincaid takes over for the Broncos. Kincaid just chips it up the ice all the way back down into the Utah State zone. No icing on this play. Aggies take over, and Gary Higgs grabs it in his own zone, gives it up to the blue line. And the Aggies control once more. Julian Herrera just chips it into the zone, looking to get a change. 1:38 left to go in the second overtime period. 1-1 is the score. Utah State, Boise State battling for their spot in the Nationals. Sent down by Austin Miller. Giving chase there is Joseph Chase for Utah State, and he's going to grab control behind his own netminder, and they're going to bring it up the ice once more. Dangerous pass, almost turned over, and indeed it is turned over. Boise State takes over. Chance in the near slot, but it's taken away and poked behind the net. Now centering pass is blocked down by Joseph Chase once more. Now the puck's rung around to Greg Chapman. Chapman getting a lot of ice time this game. Has it poked up high, and it's knocked down outside of the zone, so Boise State comes out to touch up. Under a minute left to play in this overtime period. 56 seconds left to go. 1-1. Two teams battling for the respective place in Salt Lake City. Long pass intercepted by Nathan Cook for Utah State, and Cook's going to turn this puck over. Brandon Cathan. Cathan sends it down deep, and Utah State's going to take it and flip it out of the zone, just about out to the red line. Intercepted by Morgan McJimsey. McJimsey's going to take it across the blue line with 30 seconds left to go. He has it poked away, but not cleared yet. Riley Orr holds it in. Sent around the boards. Over to Jared Hergesheimer. He's going to send it up ice looking for Taylor Crawford, but Crawford has it poked away. Still held in the zone. Second effort goes out. Nathan Cook's going to slap it right back in with 15 seconds left to go in the second overtime. Quickly up ice, 10 seconds left to go. Looking to stage one more attack. Greg Chapman across the red line is going to chip it down into the zone right on target, where Willenborg's going to shuffle it aside to the corner with 3 seconds left to go. Justin Vinian's going to take the puck behind the net. The buzzer sounds, and with that, we're heading to overtime number 3. Joe, how long do you think this is going to go on for?
Cole, it's going to go on as long as these guys want to play hockey. But I have to believe it comes to be the test of who is the more conditioned team. This is when all those wind sprints pay off. And this is the team that is the most conditioned, the best conditioned overall, is going to be the one that comes away with this game, because these teams are extremely tired right now. But again, this is what you work in the offseason for, moments like these. How bad do you want it? We'll see how it turns out.
Well, they're going to get 15 minutes to rest before they come back out on the ice for the third intermission. We'll still be here, so stay with us. Cole Feinblum, Joe Constantine, Cronkite Sports. We thank you for tuning in all game. Stay here because we've got more exciting hockey action. Third overtime coming right up in 15 minutes.
force be with you, hockey fans, and welcome back to overtime number 3. I'm Joe Constantine, joined with Cole Feinblum.
For those interested, he's just listing off all the names from the comments, so for those watching, just keep coming up with names from Christopher Walken, Pierre McGuire, Yoda. I like it all. They're really funny. But for now, we are in our 3rd overtime period. On the scoreboard, it shows period 6. 5 minutes on the board. 1-1 is the score. Berth for the national tournament at stake. And we're ready to go. Puck is dropped, and the Aggies take over with Michael Trimboli taking the opening faceoff and sending it down into the Boise State zone, controlled by the Broncos around their own net, over to Josh Kincaid. Kincaid brings it up at the center ice. It's tipped up to Michael Trimboli, who's going to flip it back up to the red line, slap down deeper into this neutral zone, controlled by Riley Orr into the Boise State zone. Orr loses the handle, but it goes up to Nathan Cook. And Cook just holds it on the blue line, but takes a big check to pay the price, and now Boise State takes over. Justin Vadine. And Vadine drops it off, but offsides is the call, and we'll get a whistle blown just 30 seconds into this 3rd overtime period.
And Cole, an exciting 30 seconds it has been so far. These next 4 minutes, 30 seconds are going to be great.
Face off all the way deep into the Utah State zone. Controlled by the Aggies, and they'll bring this one up to center ice. Taken over by the Broncos at the red line. And brought down. Greg Chapman. Chapman takes a shot! Almost took a deflection towards the net, but save made by Willenborg, and will get a face-off right in front of the Utah State net. .4:10 left to play in this 3rd overtime period. Boise State, Utah State, 1-1 is the score. Face-off won by Boise State, and a quick shot off the draw, off the shoulder of Willenborg. Just over the net it goes. Still in the Boise State zone, held in at the point. Rusty Costello with the shot high off Willenborg, blocked down over to the far side corner. Now the puck's loose, and it'll be taken over back up to the point it goes. And a shot from Tavinga, blocked. Rebound loose in the slot, flipped up high, blocked down low, and still held up into the Boise State zone. Another shot from the point, deflected, rebound loose, and Willenborg standing on his head in the crease, keeping his team in this game.
Well, Cole, he literally was not standing on his head. I know the viewers at home might have not been able to see it because there's a lot of traffic. But if he did that, I think the puck would have gone in the net, or he would have been very talented.
Willenborg, aware of what this means to his team, wants to go to Salt Lake City. 4 fantastic saves in that short little period of time, and we'll get a face-off in front of the Utah State net, won by the Aggies. Sam Going's going to try and slap it, but held in at the point once again by Rusty Costello, and that one took a deflection, deflected towards the near side boards. And finally, Utah State's going to carry it out to center ice. Nathan Cook rips that one down at the Boise State zone, controlled by the Broncos once more, but taken away by Utah State. But given right back to Boise. Up ahead to Kathan. Nice shot. Dangerously deflected towards the corner, given by Morgan McJimsey, and McJimsey's going to flip that one all the way down the ice. And we'll get a stoppage play here for icing. 3 minutes, 4 seconds left to go in this overtime period. The Boise State fans out here in full force, getting in on the team. They're starting the chance. 3 minutes to go in this overtime, 3rd overtime period to be exact. Utah State takes the faceoff. Michael Trimboli battling for it, but taken away by Taylor Crawford. Up to the point, Greg Chapman. Chapman fires the shot, looking for a deflection down low, taken away by Sam Goings and carried out of the blue and carried across the blue line into the Boise State zone. Battle for the puck on the near side boards. Sam Goings trying to dig that one out, and it trickles up to the blue line and chipped out to center ice, taken by Boise State, given right back to the Aggies. Michael Bruner down into the Boise State zone. Josh Kincaid throws his shoulder around, bumping him off the tuck. Bruner tries a centering pass, but gets knocked down. Just like Chumbawamba once said, you get knocked down, you get back up again. Battle at the blue line, won by Taylor Crawford as a few bodies go flying across the ice. Riley Orr involved, but Crawford still has the puck, and he sends it over, intercepted. Chris Vadine gives out to Ian Beckstrom with the shot, rebound loose. Couple of hacks at it, and the ref blows the whistle dead because the net was knocked off its pegs. And now it's Josh Benton's turn to make the big saves.
Cole, fantastic goalkeeping there, as Utah State almost saw themselves going back to their home state to play in the national tournament.
We've got 2 minutes and 4 seconds left to go. Third overtime, Boise State, Utah State. Battle for the faceoff. No clear winner yet. Puck still loose right at the draw, and finally it moves forward up to Utah State, back behind the Boise State net. Riley Orr throws a check, and the puck goes loose over to Chris Vadine. Now we're going to get a delayed penalty, and the call is going to be on Utah State. An offensive zone penalty. Josh Benton's pumped up. And Boise State going on the power play with a minute 50 left to go in this third overtime.
You know, Cole, that's a heck of a job by Boise State picking up the call there. I tell you what, though, if Boise State wants to win this hockey game, they need to do what their football team did against Oklahoma. They need to run the Statue of Liberty, man. That stuff blew my mind.
Thank you, John Gruden.
Blowing my mind, man.
1:50 left to go. Boise State, 5-on-4, man advantage. Face-off one to Greg Chapman. Chapman throws one in and out, looking to a deflection. That's blocked down before it reached Willenborg, out to the corner for Michael Trimboli. Drew Decker. Decker tries to slap it out, but it's denied. Utah State still has the puck, and it's rung all the way around the boards, trying to clear. Short-handed at the blue line, and the Aggies are able to escape. Now short-handed. Brendan Blauer takes it up and just sends it deep into the zone. Drew Decker giving chase. A minute 35 left to go on the power play for Boise State. A minute 22 left to go in the game, in this overtime period. Remember, golden goal. Any goal wins it, folks. And Boise State comes in again. Loose stick. Chris Vadine trying to get a hack on it. Instead, is taken by Brandon Blauer, but not cleared yet. Held by Greg Chapman with a slap shot blocked down in front. And Blauer, with some excellent penalty killing on that shift, is able to clear the zone once more. A minute left here. 1:10 left on the power play. Utah State just holding on to the puck, and finally they send it deep where it's taken by Justin Vadine with 48 seconds left to go, 57 on the power play. Bringing it up, Drew Punnett. Punnett looks off for Vadine, but Vadine can't get a handle on it. It's sent away to the corner. Now a centering pass for Crawford one time. Just behind the net it goes. 35 seconds left to go in the game. Now Crawford centering pass looking for Rusty Costello. Costello gets knocked off balance, and Utah State's going to clear it with 28 seconds left to go, 37 on the power play. We're down to 20 seconds here, 30 on the power play. Boise State staging one more attack. Stretch pass intercepted by Utah, and they're going to take it back into the Boise zone here. Knocked down is Morgan McJimsey and Justin Vadine. Loose puck here, 8 seconds left to go. Ferocious penalty killing by Utah State. Boise State still time for an attack. Down to 4 seconds. On the far side, Drew Punnett, one last touch and a shot, and it goes across the crease wide. And just like that, that's not overtime number 4. And we're going to keep going. Boise State, when we come back, we're going to have a short break here, just a minute long, and we're going to come back to ice. And Boise State's going to have 10 more seconds on the power play before we're back at full strength. Utah State playing strong back here. They're fighting through the adversity.
Cole, I tell you what, though. Boise State's playing great hockey right now, but they're not doing what they need to do while being on this power play. Contribute their play, though. They're not playing on blue ice. Like their blue turf football field, that's crazy. Do they play on blue ice back home, Cole? I don't know.
Probably not, but I mean, that'd be kind of cool.
Well, you know, back in the 50s when they used to play on the ice, it was like bluish color. Maybe that's what Boise State has. I don't know. The blue ice. They got it. They got it somewhere, Cole.
Well, I mean, by scientific standards, water's blue, water frozen turns to ice. I mean. Well, you hear that buzzer. We're back. Boise State's going to be on the power play for another 10 seconds here. 1-1. We're heading into our fourth overtime.
May the fourth overtime be with you, Cole.
Yoda's back, ladies and gentlemen. Utah State takes the opening faceoff, and they're just going to dump it in the zone. Ian Beckstrom. And just like that, we're going to be back at full strength. 4:50 left to go in this overtime period. Greg Chapman sends it to the up ice. Boise State giving chase. Nathan Cook there for Utah, and Cook slaps it around. All the way to the opposite side for Beckstrom. Held in by Kincaid, and Kincaid slaps a shot And it just goes wide of the net. Nathan Cook there for Utah State once more. Sent up to the point for Kincaid. He'll fire a wrist shot. Through traffic. It's blocked down in front, out of the zone. Utah State with some numbers here. Beckstrom on the left. Vedetto and Orr with him. Beckstrom takes a shot, and it's just deflected wide by Bentham to the left post. And around the boards it goes. Out back to center ice. Now another numbers developing. Riley Orr. Back, and he can't get a shot off Vedetto. Rebound goes loose for Trimboli, and the shot just goes over the net again. Now back comes Taylor Crawford. Crawford across the red line into the Utah State zone once more. 4 minutes left to play in this fourth overtime. Crawford just holding onto the puck, gliding around the zone, wheels out and fires a wrist shot off the blocker of Willenborg. Now a centering pass, looking for Vadine. Vadine shot, and squeezing the pads is Willenborg. 3:47 left to go. We're going to get a stoppage of play.
Incredible job by Willenborg of goalkeeping, Cole. The display of goalkeeping we've seen in this game has been some of the best the ACHA has laid eyes upon. It's beautiful.
Held in at the point by Rusty Costello and sent back down low. Justin Vadine holding onto the puck, and he'll send it back up to the point. Rifled right back down low to Crawford. Crawford backed up Skoense, held up along the blue line. Taken away by Julian Herrera, and he's going to flip it up to Josh Kirkliak, giving chase is Rusty Costello, and he's going to poke it away. Still facing some pressure, and he's going to ring it around the boards. Held in, though. Now Julian Herrera with it for Utah State. Swung out and taken away. Justin Vanine up the ice for Boise State. Out of their own zone and up to the red line. Thrown down by Drew Punnett, giving chase to his own pass. There to receive the check is Michael Bruner, and Bruner gets back up to trying to get that puck back, and a centering pass dangerously in on net, sticked aside, but can't be held in at the point. And with 2 minutes and 55 seconds left to go in the fourth overtime period, we still got our tie game as Golden goal. Next goal wins it. Puck escapes the Boise zone, or the Utah zone, and is thrown into the Boise zone. Chipped high up and into the ceiling here at Oceanside. And with 2:39 left to go, we might be looking at a fifth overtime.
I tell you what, Cole, these teams are playing phenomenal hockey. Phenomenal. Congratulations to both teams. I love the sport, man.
No matter who wins this game, you just got to hand it to either team. They're leaving their heart out on the ice here. Swung around and thrown towards net by Sam Goins, but taken away and brought up ice is Boise State. Brandon Cathan. Cathan across the blue line, stops on a dime, looks for a centering pass. It's deflected out to the far side corner. Now the whistle is blown. We're going to get a hand pass called on the play, so the faceoff is going to come outside the Utah State zone with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left.
Cole, a lot of free hockey being viewed here. Especially if you're viewing it at home where it's already free. Thanks to Cronkite Sports.
Battle for the faceoff just outside the Utah State zone, finally controlled by the Aggies. Behind their own net, they look to set it up, and they send it out to center ice where it's taken away by Luke Skoense, and he'll leave it off for Rusty Costello. We're down to 2 minutes here in this fourth overtime period. Utah State, Boise State all knotted up at one. Cole Feimlem alongside Joe Constantine for Cronkite Sports Live. Sent up to Jared Hergesheimer. Hergesheimer touches it just up ahead. He's got JT Smith in the middle. He spots him and tries a centering pass to JT Smith, but a strong back check there by Utah State. He denies the opportunity, and it's sent out of the zone, spiraling all the way down the ice. And that's going to roll just wide of the net. We're going to get an icing call with 1:36 left to go.
You know, Cole, I think both these teams love being in the beautiful state of Arizona so much. They don't want to leave. They're both scared to score.
It was a threatening forecast today. There was rain out there, so I mean.
It rains here?
Every once in a while.
I know. Every time I see it rain outside, I freak out. It's like the end of the world.
Not a fan of the wet weather. I like that sun a little bit more. Michael Njamboli pinned up along the boards. Boise State, Utah State battling for it in the Aggie zone, and a puck comes out to Justin Vadine for Boise. Into the far side corner, Michael Njamboli races to be the first one there. He gives it off to Ian Beckstrom, who hands it to Riley Orr, and the puck just trickles out across the blue line. 1:13 to go in the fourth overtime period. Riley Orr rifles the puck all the way down where Josh Benton comes out of his net to play the puck. Now a turnover. Chris Vedetto almost forces a good chance for Utah State, but back to get it is Drew Punnett, and he's going to bring it around to Kirkley. And up Boise State comes once more. Excuse me, that's Kincaid. Now Morgan McJimsey almost spotted Sam Goings for a breakout opportunity, but Kincaid was there to make the play. 43 seconds left in the overtime period. Utah State sends the puck all the way down the ice. It was deflected. Icing waved off. Kincaid back to retrieve for Boise State. Down to 35 seconds. Pass intercepted at the blue line by Sam Goings. Goings is also allowed them with the shot blocked down in front by Drew Punnett and taken by Taylor Crawford. Crawford is going to flip it up ahead, looking to hit Vadine. Hits Vadine right in stride, and Vadine fires a shot off the chest of Austin Willenborg and out to the corner. Down to 20 seconds left in this overtime period. The action just picked up in this last minute. Up ice they come. And a centering pass by Utah State's deflected out to the far side corner. Down to 8 seconds in this overtime period. Sam Goings intercepts it. Leaves it off for Morgan McJimsey for a one-time shot blocked down. And Kincaid is stung on that block. But nonetheless, this time's going to run out. And we got more overtime coming for you. Overtime number 5 coming at you in just a minute. Joe, I mean, this is crazy, man.
I tell you what, man. I love this sport. Hockey. It's pretty great, man. I want to see Boise State run the Statue of Liberty, though. I already said that, man. I tell you what.
Look at the Spider ZY banana.
They need, the Spider ZY banana is a great play. I tell you what, man. I love hockey.
How many hours of film you watch on these teams?
I watch 72 hours of film. That's why I truly believe one of these teams will win.
For those who don't know, that was Ron Jaworski of ESPN. In 10 seconds, the teams will be heading out onto the ice for overtime period number 5. On the scoreboard, it says period number 8. That's not a thing in hockey. It only goes to 3, but with overtimes, we'll call it 8. 1-1 is the score. Boise State, Utah State trying to head to Salt Lake City in the Nationals.
Send them both. Send them both, Cole.
After this game, they deserve it.
They should just combine and make a super team. Utah, Boise. Boise, Utah. I like Boise, Utah. Boise, Utah. Going to the national tournament, Cole. Combine them. Make them one.
Opening faceoff, won by Boise State. Overtime, number 5, underway. Out to center ice. Rusty Costello for the Broncos takes it across the right line. He's going to dump it into the Utah State zone. Bounces off the backboards into the back of the net. Rung around, but held in by Boise State down in the near side corner. Centering pass! Almost connected on, but not quite. Held in by Rusty Costello at the blue line. Swung all the way around the boards. Utah State chips that one out to center ice, and finally they're able to clear the zone. Sent all the way back where Rusty Costello's in his own zone to play it. Pass intercepted. Josh Kirkley for Utah State comes across the red line, avoids a big open ice hit, and carries it across the Boise State zone. Avoids 2 hits. Throws a shot on net. Shoulder to side. Rebound goes to the far corner. Great chance there for Kirkley. Now the puck stolen by Taylor Crawford. 4 minutes left to go in this overtime period. Hops over a stick. Takes it all the way, but has it poked away. Rebound loose to Vadine, but a diving effort there, and it chips up, but held in at the zone. Now Vadine winds up and takes a slap shot through traffic. That one's deflected wide, and behind the net it goes. Held in at the point by Kincaid, and Kincaid sends it back down low. Intercepted by Julian Herrera, and Herrera's going to take it out across the blue line. Dumping attempt sent in on Josh Benton, and Benton's going to play it off for Vadine. 3:35 left to go in this overtime period. Up ice, Boise State plays it. Hitting Drew Punnett in stride. Punnett on his backhand tries to get around, but he gets tipped away by Joseph Chase, and Chase gives it off to Latham at the blue line, who hands it off to Chris Vedetto. Vedetto blows the tire, but he keeps on moving. Now across blue line. Utah State just hangs on side, and it goes around the boards to the near corner. And we've got a tripping call on the play. Here we go. Utah State going on the power play for the first time that we've seen in a while.
The Aggies of Utah State.
3:12 left to go in this 5th overtime period. JT Smith heading to the box for tripping. 1-1 is the score. Golden goal. Anything could happen.
Cole, technically the net is white. It is not golden. But it is called the golden goal. And that it will be if someone scores.
Face-off won by Sam Goings. Sent over to the far side point for Joseph Chase. Chase throws one down low, and it goes to the far side corner. taken away. Taylor Crawford. Crawford's going to skate it across the blue line and chip it up. It's not deep enough as Utah State takes over, and back on the attack they go. Ian Beckstrom. Beckstrom across ice to Herrera, who drops it one more time for Joseph Chase. Chase stops on a dime, whirls, and throws it back behind the net. 2:45 left to go. 1:30 left on the power play. Ian Beckstrom. Up top, Joseph Chase through some traffic. Just wide of the outstretched glove, but out wide of the net as well. Now with no skate, no stick. We might see a delay of game penalty here. This is interesting. Vadine did close his hand, but deemed just a regular hand pass. No delay of game penalty. Puck's going to come back down in front of the Boise State net. 2:29 left to go. 1:17 on the power play.
Cole, that was an evident hand pass. I saw it. You saw it. The people watching online saw it. We thank you, we thank the viewers for tuning into our
Thanks
broadcast
for sticking
today.
with us through this game. Got to enjoy the free hockey. Gary Higgs, beautiful hold at the blue line. Shot deflected in on net. Rebound loose. Stretching the pads is Josh Bendon. He keeps that one out of the net. 2:18 left to go. 1:06 left on the power play.
Hey, Cole, you know, I think I heard a rule saying that they expand the net if you go into a sixth overtime.
Is that so? Is that like the Dwight Howard dunk contest rule that they move it up to 12 feet when he's in it?
I think they do. I think they expand it to the size of the crease, but
That'd
I
be-
don't know. I don't know how they do that,
Be an
man. It's
interesting
blowing my
tactic.
mind.
Near side point, Gary Higgs. Higgs crosses it over to his line mate, who sends one in on net, which deflected down, rebound loose in the slot, and it trickles over to the far side corner for Morgan McJimsey. 43 seconds left on the power play, 1:53 left to go. And now we go. Wisely, Utah State just throws it to a Boise State player. We're going to get another tripping call, and with 37 seconds left on this current power play, Utah State's going to the box again. We're going to get a 5-on-3 in overtime. 5-on-3 for 37 seconds.
Cole, Boise State cannot like this. I know I'm stating out the obvious, but I want to make sure the viewers know that Boise State knows this is not good. 5-on-3 hockey, Cole.
37 seconds on this 5-on-3 attack for Utah State. 1:49 left in the fifth overtime period, and the faceoff is controlled by Boise State. And Justin Vadine is going to send it all the way down the ice. A huge faceoff win. 25 seconds left on the 5-on-3. 1:35 left in this overtime period. Sent up ice by Utah State, and the Aggies will send it into the Boise zone. There to grab it is Rusty Costello. Costello just pinning the puck up along the boards, trying to kill some time. 3 Utah State players trying to dig it out, and finally to get to it. 8 seconds left on the 5-on-3. Now a clear chance. Gary Higgs all alone. Shot is deflected by the skate of Justin Vadine into the netting in the ceiling. Vadine, 2 huge plays on this 5-on-3 kill, and only 3 seconds left on that.
Diving bodies. It's like they're going into a swimming pool out there. That's how much they're diving. It's a no dive zone, and they're still diving. That's how bad they want to win. Boise State playing phenomenal hockey.
Another faceoff won by Boise State, and they're going to swing this one all the way down the ice. First man out of the box now. 1:19 left on the power play for Utah State. 5-on-4. 1 minute, 5 seconds left in this overtime period. Morgan McJimsey gliding up the ice across the red line and now into the blue line. He gets checked, and the puck is slapped all the way out of the zone again by Vadine. Vadine, phenomenal penalty kill here. 48 seconds left to go in this overtime period. 58 left on the power play. Carrying it up ice. Utah State across the blue line. Rusty Costello throws a check, and guess who's there to clear it? I mean, I'll give you one guess. I'm pretty sure you said Justin Vadine. Justin Vadine, the pride and joy of Meridian, Idaho. Shout out to Meridian, Idaho.
Oh, it's a beautiful city. Never been, but I heard
Beautiful
it's beautiful.
country. I hear this beautiful time here.
Beautiful.
Utah State loses the puck to Boise, but it's held in along the point for Sam Goings. 15 seconds left in the overtime period. Michael Chirboy shuffles it along to Joseph Chase. Chase's shot is blocked down in front. And Taylor Crawford's going to clear the zone, turn around, and fire it across ice to Justin Vadine. 4 seconds left in the overtime period, trying to get one shot off. Does a deke, gets down low, but his stick is slapped out of his hands. Boise State wants a penalty called. They won't get one. And at the end of the fifth overtime period, we stayed locked at 1. There's still 11 seconds left on the Boise State penalty, so Utah State will remain for 11 seconds on the power play. And in 55 seconds, we're going to be right back at it. This action is back and forth, nonstop. Stay with us. We're going to keep it here. 45 seconds. Well, we're back from the intermission, if you even want to call it an intermission. It was only a 1-minute break. So now, overtime, number 6. 5 minutes up on the clock. 1-1 is the score. And they credited another penalty here. So we've got an extended, not an extended 5-on-3, 11 seconds on the 5-on-3. As Justin Vidine, which is going to hurt them a lot, their main penalty killer is in the box. Might have been credited with an unsportsmanlike conduct for complaining. 1 man out of the box, 5-on-4 for the next 1 minute and 48 seconds for Utah State, excuse me. Battle for the puck. There's a scrum on the far side's corner. Players trying to dig it out. Digging for goal down there. They can't seem to find any. And finally, the ref blows the whistle with 1:35 left on the power play. 4:34 left in the overtime period.
Well, Cole, that looked like feeding time at the zoo. Just a bunch of guys trying to get the only speck of food left, which is the puck. But no one got it. The ref did, though.
Are they eating, though?
No. I don't know what they're doing. I bet they're hungry, though. They've been out there for a while.
Face off in the Boise State zone. 1:35 left on the power play. 4:34 left to go in this 6th overtime period. Joseph Chase kicked out of the circle. Gary Higgs comes in, just a delay tactic. Gary Higgs, their normal centerman. Higgs gets pinned up on the boards by Kincaid along the net, but he gets thrown out, and the puck is sent all the way down the boards. Boise State with the clear attempt. 1:20 left to go in the power play. 4:18 left to go in the overtime period. Riley Orr with some speed along the near side. Comes up across the blue line and centers one, chipped all the way over to Gary Higgs on the far side boards. Higgs at the far point, banks it off the boards down low. Riley Orr has it now. Orr on the far wing sends it right back to Morgan McJimsey behind the cage. McJimsey with a centering effort is deflected wide. Cross ice over to Gary Higgs. Higgs with some space. That one's deflected twice, and it just went over the crossbar. And Boise State's going to be able to clear the zone once more. 43 seconds left on the power play. 3:41 left to go in this period. Stick goes flying. Utah State player without a stick. And a lucky offsides call, as that could have been a dangerous opportunity for Utah State. 38 seconds left on the power play. 3:37 in the game.
Cole, is it just me or the net either got smaller or the goalies got bigger?
Well, they didn't listen to your rule idea.
I thought my rule idea was genius. But I'm telling
You know what they
you,
should
the
use?
Net got smaller, Cole.
What about if they took away the goalies and just added like that contest net where it's about 5 inches in diameter,
That's
the length
what
of the puck? Like, just try and pass
That'd
it in
be more
somehow.
interesting.
Oh, the guy who does it gets 50 grand. Boise State, Josh Kincaid's able to slap that puck all the way down to the other end of the ice. 21 seconds left on the power play. 3:20 left to go in this overtime period. Utah State waiting for one last rush on the power play. Morgan McJimsey carrying it with speed, has it poked away and almost turned over from Jared Hergesheimer, but Utah State gets it back. And with 4 seconds left on this power play, we're going to be back at full strength here. Boise State penalty killing, top notch. And it's slapped down the ice one more time for emphasis. This is going to be an icing call. Oh, excuse me, icing waved off. 2:51 left to go. We're back at full strength. 5-on-5 skating, both sides even. Josh Kincaid ushers it over to Rusty Costello, who brings it up along ice. Drew Punnett with the puck on the near side. Punnett gives it off for Vidine for a centering pass, blocked down, and for a rebound opportunity. Couldn't get it past him. Up to the point for Costello. Costello takes a wrist shot through some traffic. Sticked aside easily by Willenborg. Saw that one all the way through. 2:26 left to go in this overtime period. Utah State takes it out of the Boise State zone just barely. And Julian Herrera is going to take it across red line and dump it into the Boise State zone. Now the Broncos trying to catch Utah State on a change. Give it up to Justin Vidine. But Vidine can't handle it quick enough, and Boise State can't get it past them. We've hit the 2-minute mark here at this overtime period. 1-1, Boise State, Utah State, 6 overtime. Puck sent in deep behind Josh Benton. Taken over by Greg Chapman, and the puck is going to be chipped up high out of the zone. Race for the puck, coming in right on Willenborg, and Willenborg's going to cover it up. Forced to smother that puck is bearing down on him like a freight train was Drew Punnett. 1:48 left to go in overtime number 6. Boise State, Utah State battling for their berth in the national tournament. I'm Cole Feinblum. Alongside me is Joe Constantine. We thank you for sticking with us through the duration of this game here on Cronkite Sports. We'll be with you the whole time. Aggies carry it up ice across the red line and dump it into the Boise State zone. Back to retrieve it. Broncos get there first and swing it around, but held in at the point. Boise State still trying to control it, but they can't clear the zone yet. It's once again, it's flung right back behind Boise State net. Taken by Greg Chapman and flipped up off ice, looking for a breakout opportunity, but Brandon Cathan can't get there out of his net to play it. Austin Willenborg. Stretch pass intercepted by J.T. Smith, and they'll flip it back into the Utah State zone. Smith giving chase to his own dump attempt, but Utah State gets there first. Held in. Chapman in on net. Chapman with some traffic in front. Rebound loose in the slot, and it just goes wide of the net. Another chance in the slot. Utah State needs to clear the zone. It's flipped off the boards, but held in by Kincaid. Down to 56 seconds in this overtime period. Utah State has the puck at the blue line, and that one's finally going to get out of the zone. Now Gary Higgs with the puck. 2-on-1 developing. Has Kirk Liet on his left. Wide open, and Kirk Liet can't handle the pass. 45 seconds left in this overtime period. Ian Beckstrom across the blue line for Utah State. Beckstrom wheeling and dealing behind the net. On his backhand, looks for a centering pass. Whiffs on that Riley Orr attempt. He drops it up, and it's taken away by Taylor Crawford with 30 seconds left to go in the overtime period. Up to the blue line, and diving effort by Crawford gets it out of the zone. Now Crawford across the blue line, fires a wrist shot. No rebound opportunity, covered up by Willenborg. 20.9 seconds left in overtime, number 6, 1-1. Boise State, Utah State, golden goal, anything can do it.
And Cole, it looks like if this goes to a 7th overtime, we will have a longer intermission break, as I think they're getting the Zamboni prepared, as this ice has absolutely taken a beating this game.
A shot thrown in on net, sticked aside by Willenborg. Down to 14 seconds left in this overtime period. Up to the blue line, barely held in. Now Utah State's going to retreat with 6 seconds left to go. Michael Chimboli will send it up to center ice, tipped ahead. Coming out is Chris Videtto. Videtto's going to send one on net, and time expires. Guess where we're heading to, Joe?
Overtime!
Just like Las Vegas, we're going to be seeing a lot of 7s on the board. Overtime number 7. Here we come. We'll be back soon.
Actually, Cole, that's only 1 7 on the board.
Well, that's how many you usually get on the slot machine. It's really impossible to get 3.
It's absolutely impossible. It's just a money grab when you go to Vegas. That's all they want. They want you to put the coin in the machine, get 777s. It never happens, though.
So we're going to have a 15-minute intermission here before we head to overtime number 7. Cole Feinblum, Joe Constantine. Stay with us. We've got more hockey coming up. Welcome back. I am Batman alongside Joe Yoda, Pierre McGuire, Christopher Walken, Spider-Man, whatever you want to name him. We're in our 7th overtime period between Boise State, Utah State. And just for the history's sake, we consulted our research department. Longest ever hockey game in Saskatchewan was 8 overtimes. Doesn't relate to us. Saskatchewan's not close, but I mean, I hear it's beautiful. Elrose Aces and Rosetown Red Wings. One heck of a game. Longest Division I college overtime game. Quinnipiac and Union. 5 overtimes. I mean, those were all 20 minutes. These are kind of 5 minutes, but still. We're in overtime 7. We're going to count it as the same time period. And we are underway. Boise State going left to right. Utah State going right to left. And the puck is deep in the Utah State zone. A rebound loose in the slot. And it goes behind the net. Pinned up along the boards. Utah State trying to clear the zone. And indeed, they'll get it up to the far circle and out past the blue line. Over to Riley Orr on the near side across the red line. And he's going to take it into the Boise State zone. Orr loses the handle. And it's taken away by Greg Chapman, who's going to ring it around the boards. Who gives it off to Josh Kincaid. And Kincaid will fire it up along to Drew Punnett. And it'll be sent down deep into the zone of Utah State. Brought up along with speed from Chris Vedetto. Vedetto poking it ahead, giving chase. There's a little hop, skip, and a jump, and a centering pass doesn't go. Goes right back to him. He'll bank it off the boards, intercepted. Drew Punnett now for Boise State. 4 minutes, 7 seconds left in the 7th overtime period. Punnett along the far side wing. Stops on time, comes back to Vedin, and Vedin's shot goes wide of the net all the way around the boards and held in at Boise State's corner. Now Utah State's able to clear the zone, and it'll go back out to center ice at the red line, where Boise State will recoup, and it goes over to Rusty Costello, who will chip it off the boards out to the red line. Taken by Utah State now. And a shot from Morgan McJimsey. He goes all the way around the boards out back to center ice. Now a breakout opportunity. Jared Hergesheimer. Hergesheimer shielding the puck. And a great back check there from Utah State, denying Hergesheimer the chance. And with 3.5 minutes left, we remain 1-1. Remember, golden goal. Next goal wins it. Next goal takes the team to the national championship. And now a centering pass and a beautiful glove blocker save. Rebound goes out. Rusty Costello skates in, and his wrist shot goes over the net. Huge blocker save there by Austin Wilberg. And now Sam Goings. Goings has McJimsey on his right side. He looks for McJimsey, and the pass just out of reach of his stick. He tries another centering pass. That one's blocked down, and now the other team is taking up ice. Boise, JT Smith across the red line. Poked away. 3 minutes left to go in this overtime period. Battle for the puck. And a brilliant play there with a great shot opportunity from Greg Higgs. And a chest save from Josh Benton. And we'll get a stoppage play with 2:53 left to go in overtime. Number 7.
And Cole, Boise State firing a lot of shots at Willenborg in the Utah State zone. Credit Boise State for coming out with a fast-paced offense in this 7th overtime, as both teams got a little rest for that 15-minute break.
Utah State takes that puck behind the Boise State net. It's tipped ahead to the near side boards. Taylor Crawford's going to get it and chip it out to the neutral zone. Taken away by Justin Vedin. Vedin drops it off. Looking for Greg Chapman, but Chapman can't get that shot off, and it goes all the way held in by Kincaid at the far side point. Kincaid's going to shuffle it down low for Greg Chapman. Chapman behind the net on his backhand. Rolls around and fires a wrist shot. Rebound goes loose. Over to Taylor Crawford. Crawford fires a wrist shot. Blocked down in front. Rebound. And the puck is covered up, and the whistle was blown. Michael Trimboli sacrificing the body to make the play. Blocks one down, and with 2:19 left to go, still tied up.
Cole, if this overtime ends and nobody has won, they need to combine teams. Send them both to Utah. They're both playing absolutely phenomenal. We saw one of our viewers saying, kick the Utes out. Put in Utah State over them.
Face-off won by Utah State. Rug all the way around the boards, and a diving effort from Taylor Crawford keeps the puck in the Utah State zone. Crawford's been all over the place this game. Pinned up along the boards. Michael Bruner. Bruner is able to escape that and give it off to Julian Herrera, who's going to wind up back behind his own net with 2 minutes left to go exactly in this overtime period. Now in turnover. Goes over to Justin Vedin. Vedin in Utah State zone. Sends it up to Josh Goensey, and the shot is blocked down in front. Goes over to Gary Higgs, and Higgs gets it out of the zone. Thrown right back in by Vedin, who gets off the ice quickly. Utah State trying to clear the zone once more. Julian Herrera with the puck at the blue line. He'll get it out to the red line, but not much further. It's taken away and sent right back in by Rusty Casello. Right in on net. Lax's K school just a bit by Willenborg. Didn't grab it. And held in once more by Boise State. And chipped out to Gary Higgs right in stride. Higgs on the far side, struggling to keep his balance. Gets caught up. And loses the puck all over to the near side boards. McJimsey trying to pinch in and hold that puck down. Goes right back behind Josh Benton, and Boise State will take over once more. Up ahead to Brandon Kathan. Kathan drops it off for Hergesheimer, but Hergesheimer loses it to Trimboli, who blocked that shot earlier on that last shift, and Utah State will advance the puck. Morgan McJimsey in on a one-on-one opportunity with Kincaid. His slap shot is blocked down by the ankles of Kincaid out to the far corner in the Boise State zone, up to the blue line, and held in by Trimboli, who banks it off the boards to keep it in, but Boise State will clear it up to the red line and further down the ice. With 40 seconds left to go in this overtime period. Icing waved off. Greg Chapman won the race, and he rings it all the way around and drops it right back. 35 seconds left in the 7th overtime period. And a centering opportunity taken away by Sam Goings, who's going to carry it out to the blue line, down to 28 seconds. Goings into the Boise State zone, but the puck just glided just a little bit out of reach. Greg Chapman takes over, gives it off to Justin Vadine, but Vadine loses the puck, held in at the Boise State zone, but chipped out to center ice where it's going to be rung all the way back down. 15 seconds left to go in overtime number 7. Josh Kincaid with the puck behind his own net. Boise State staging one more attack. Taylor Crawford's going to bring this puck up across the red line. Crawford across the blue line looking for a centering pass. Rebound, loose, and it's went home! And that's the game! Boise State, overtime number 7. 2.9 on the clock. The Broncos are going to Salt Lake City. Shot it down. Boise State defeats Utah State in the waning seconds of overtime number 7. And Boise State moving on to Salt Lake City. 2-1 is the final score.
Cole, that was a better finish than the Super Bowl. Maybe not, but it was close. Wow! What a hockey game. The Boise State Broncos are bucking off the ice. It's incredible. What a game.
Boise State in a grueling match against Utah State. Utah Utes. Devastating loss. Utah State Aggies. Don't want to make that mistake. Devastating loss for the Aggies. A great game overall. Both teams deserved what they got. Utah State, an effort that you can't mark down. Both teams, both appreciating the effort. Great handshake line, the greatest tradition in sports out on the ice. Amazing overall.
Cole, what I would like to see is the Utah State Aggies play the Utah Utes for that final spot, because that would be a battle for the state of Utah.
And it was an insane game. I mean, back and forth for the first few periods. Not a lot of chances. Willenborg and Benton, I mean, you can't discredit their play back there. They played phenomenal, only allowing one game in 7 periods, or 10 periods actually, 7 overtime periods. I mean, that's insane.
Well, Willenborg got beat at the end there. Fatigue set in. Credit both teams, though. We were getting tired watching them. We were tired for them. You could tell fatigue had set in, though. Play was getting more sloppy, but it was both teams. 2.9 seconds left in the game. A goal goes in. Boise State couldn't be happier. The fans could be happier. What a hockey game.
Well, again, Boise State defeats Utah State 2-1 in the 7th overtime here to move on to Salt Lake City in the Nationals. Utah State, no point in saying they played poorly because they played one heck of a game, probably the best game of their lives. Austin Willenborg, great to see you play great in there. Josh Benton, fantastic showing. Both coaches, well done. Both teams, a great display of hockey overall. And you've got to appreciate everything that went down on the ice. For Cole Feinblum, Joe Constantine, our producer Nick Wixman, and everyone involved in Cronkite Sports, we thank all of you for watching our broadcast today. I'm sure you appreciate the hockey as we did up here. It was great seeing what we saw down on the ice. So for everyone out there, Cronkite Sports, we thank you for tuning in, and good luck to the teams in the Nationals.
And boom goes the dynamite.